kurang kat atas commented unless you guys upstairs.
Check this.
Test. Hello.
Test. Yeah, test.
Hello.
Yang public. Alright. 1:30 we by hook or by crook will start lah. After the video rolls, and then we share thumbs up. 1:25 we can start with 2 minutes. We must put a message lah. I think we will put a message. Siapa jadi tanya siapa kan? Janice. Siapa tanya siapa kan? Oh. Ya. Test. Oh, that wasn't.
No, I think it's test.
Hello. Hello, how are you? Hi everyone, can everyone hear me? Alright, thank you Ponjo Tanedo, Tofu Mofu, and everyone else. Hello, good afternoon everyone. Thank you for your patience. Please guys, please give us a bit of time before we start the event.
Hello, check. Can everyone hear my dulcet tones?
Shazam, can you hear Brian?
Check. Hi, hello. Can everyone hear my beautiful voice?
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, daughter has fun on Yagi, her brain fried. My lady poppin' Zenny, other lady popping Molly, why she waiting on me? Yogi my area, yogi my area. Keep on heading if you want, I drive it like you know. I don't wanna hear you, 지겹잖아 이제 넌 like I'm Bango, cutting my hair. I just keep going though, 소신껏 날 믿고 I fly non-stop, California to New York, 구름 위로 hop on, drive out and riding birds, honeyberry counting gobs. I do what I wanna do, 그게 나의 문의원. 너넨 꿈꾸지 말만 많지, just do it. Like Nike, just do it. Get to know me and I'm 내 flow가 짧은 눈이 분위기는 chill. Fendi snakes on my barrel, yeah I'm feeling first class. Yo, 이런 cash flow.
Welcome back everyone to Legend Sparring Invitational 3. Alright, without further ado, we'll start with bout 1 here. Bout 1, we have T. Kairong Leon from Legends Fight Spawn and Andy Firman from bout 1. Alright, let's go!
Timing, ready? Box, let's go.
Okay, as you can see, Leon is wearing a little bit of like one of those taekwondo sparring caps things because of the old injury earlier. So nothing dangerous, just keeping it on as a precaution. In case you guys were wondering why there's a bit of extra equipment going on here.
So Brian, is there any particular amateur rules that we need to be aware of for Legend Sparring Invitational?
So basically, okay, first of all, like all shots to head and body only. Fights will be scored mostly on activity and accurate punches, and then of course there is the there's the three knockdown rule, which will also count as 3 8 counts in 3 8 counts in a round. Then the bout will be stopped. Please discretion. I don't expect to see a whole lot of those today, but we'll call it out as it comes up.
Alright, sounds good.
In amateur knockdown is not so much because an 8 count, right, a standing 8 count is not so much because of like injury or anything, but sometimes if the boxer is just in the back of them and the referee wants to just give him a chance to reset and start. Straight away looking at the southpaw orthodox matchup. So take a look at the lead foot battle and see who takes the outside angle. As we always mention, right? The lead foot is inside, it opens up your jab. If the lead foot is outside, it opens up your straight and your hook.
What advantage does Southpaw have over Orthodox in most fights where we usually see Orthodox versus Orthodox? So what happened in this kind of situation, right?
Yeah. In general, Southpaws will face Orthodox fighters much more often than Orthodox fighters will face Southpaws, mostly because there are less Southpaws in a general population. So Southpaws are more used to fighting Orthodox fighters than the other way around. In general, I would say one of the things that you're not used to fighting a Southpaw is that the lead hand is in the way, so you might find yourself jabbing a bit less, like subconsciously, because there's something in the way. One of the other things is that although in a Southpaw Orthodox battle, although the opponent may seem further away, it's actually kind of the same distance from Orthodox. It's just that because something's in the way, it feels further. So Leon did a really good job of pumping his jab. Like there may be something in the way, but you just kind of keep going. You get composure and balance already from both. Leon's doing a pretty good job of sort of mixing up his rhythm and fifting also.
And break.
seconds to go. We apologize again for any audio issues. Can you just guys let us, while we're troubleshooting the audio issues on the way, just let us know in the chat-wise if it's getting better or worse.
Can everyone hear Brian while he is speaking? Because at the moment, no one can hear Brian's voice. Alright, thank you for your questions. We'll continue the event as per normal as we try to manage and mitigate the technical issues we are facing right now with the audio.
Hi, alright. Chat, we apologize again for the audio issues. Just let us know as if things are getting better as we continue going.
This is the start of round 2.
Leon getting a bit of a bad rhythm now, you kind of can see that. Yeah, doing well to sort of get up. Although kind of, you can't really push like this in amateur boxing. But, he did a good job of basically, he was trapped along the ropes and in a bad rhythm, and he did a good job of kind of forcing his way out of there. I think they kind of felt each other out in the first round already, so both Andy and Leon are opening up a little bit more now. Andy a lot more aggressive in the second round. Because in the first round, Leon was sort of like being able to pick his shots. Now Andy is pressing him so that he doesn't have as much space to go and select his shots properly. But Leon doing a good job of with his shot selection still though, like a lot of pre-practice combos. Couple of walks swings from Andy. Okay, both slowing down a little bit after that burst. Sometimes when your opponent is being really aggressive, sometimes it can be a good thing to sort of let him punch himself out a little bit, maybe for like the next 30 seconds, then you attack while he's resting.
I think even in every sport, fitness is very important, Brian. Cardiovascular, to make sure they can last 3 minutes.
Oh yeah, definitely. 3 minutes seems like a short time. It can feel really, really long in a fight like this. I think second of all, besides your own cardio, it's also about managing it. Like you have X amount of cardio for 9 minutes, right? So like how are you going to spend it? If you spend it all too early, you're not going to have any left. If you keep some in the start, you may have if you keep some cardio from the start, you may have more in the later rounds, but it might also mean like losing the first couple of rounds.
They're asking who is the referee. The referee is Kai, one of Singapore's SEA Games boxer and coach at Legends Tampines. He went to SEA Games in 2009 and he's coaching at both Legends Tampines and Legends.
Good shots from Andy. Alright, I guess the audio is better based on what you guys are saying. Thanks so much for bearing with us for the audio issues. There's been a bunch of technical, unforeseen circumstances. We're trying our best to troubleshoot the way out. Good head movement from Leon, but you can kind of tell that he's in a bit of a bad rhythm.
What do you think of boxers trying to help each other out? What Leon does here?
Check. Alright, so sorry about that. Check. Yep. Kind of sensing Leon is a little bit shook right now. Might as Andy ramped up the aggression, and then Leon is sort of like getting a lot of return fire, and that's making him hesitate a little bit more. So he'll have to go and sort that out in the next round. I would say what he needs to do is to kind of just punish Andy a little bit for some of the wild swings, because right now, because Andy is so aggressive, when he misses, he's free to follow up because Leon isn't punishing him. Because sometimes when your opponent starts attacking a lot, defend a couple of punches, give it back to him, make him disincentivize him, to keep being so aggressive. Because if you are passive and he misses, he'll continue.
Are we expecting an exciting third round?
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Leon does to deal with like Andy's like ramped up aggression, and also whether Andy can sort of maintain that like level of activity and aggression for the final round. I think it's probably one round apiece, the way I'm seeing it. We're not scoring actively, but it kind of looks like one round apiece. Leon took the first one, Andy definitely the second. Now I'm interested to see how whether Andy can maintain the aggression and whether Leon can find a way to deal with it. Good combination from Leon, but he kind of got hit on the way out. Yeah, and he's doing a good job of adding a defensive move to every hit after he punches. He punches and moves on. He punches and moves on. It's a good option for Leon must move. Leon must move. He's kind of covering up now a little bit. Sometimes he cannot keep that his left feet. Alright. Sometimes when an opponent is punching a combination like that, it can be a bad idea to initiate a clinch from so far away. Sometimes what you want to do is punch your way into the clinch. I think Andy has found his tempo already very well. Punching and moving, punching and moving. He's accepting some of Leon's shots on the way coming in just to then counter them on the way in. So he's adopting a sort of like aggressive counter punching style. Leon's doing a better job of punching back this round, but he still must move. He's in a position where his punches, is not in his optimal range. Like sometimes you may land a punch, but if you're too near or too far away, then you kind of smother the impact of your own punch.
He's starting with a hug.
Yep, he's doing a good job of making it difficult for Andy to come in, but Andy is sort of just walking through the punches at this point. I think we're going to go for a standing count. Yeah, that was a very nice, clean elite hook from Andy.
It's the first standing hit count in this fight.
Leon at this point, his offense is kind of becoming a little bit predictable already. You see, when he wasn't getting hit so hard in round one, he was doing a nice job of sort of feinting and setting up and mixing up the rhythm. Now he's kind of punching out of the space. I think he's going to get a standing 8 count next soon already. Yeah, he needs to move. Alright, we're doing it a little bit informal today. Like, didn't really get an official standing 8 count, but I think Kai is watching pretty closely whether this one wants to continue. Like I said, Leon has to move. He cannot just stay here. No matter how good defensively you are, if you're against the ropes, if you're not moving, you're a stationary target. Like, your opponent can plan what to hit you.
I think Kai just called that fight.
Yep, and we'll call it.
There's the end of bout number 1.
Yeah. Good showing from Leon, to injured as he is, to continue like this. And lasting to the third round, giving a pretty good account of himself.
Alright, as you can see, Legends Rangoon will open on 17 January 2022 at 752A Upper Serangoon Road. Alright, there will be a 2 days of free trial for everyone on the 22nd January and 23rd January. You can register by downloading Legends SG app and book for a free trial from that app itself. All right, Brian. What do you think of the bout earlier? And while we talk about it, we get ready for bout number 2.
Open up with a really good first bout already. Quite back and forth action, very high activity from both fighters. Usually, I think the best kind of rounds are those that have, sort of like a swing in momentum instead of, one person dominating the action the entire way. Anyway, hopefully we get another more competitive bout again. This time between Abbas Lamsal and Rico from UFC Citylink and Pritiv Boxing Club respectively. All right, this time.
I think this is going to be an exciting fight, this one.
Rico looking to hand fight quite a little bit, counter punch. Rico looking very switched on already from the opening bell. Like, with a hair trigger twitch. With a hair trigger twitch on each of his punches. And I think Abbas is already kind of sensing that already. He's jabbing and then stepping out, jabbing, stepping out. Kind of trying to draw out Rico's counters. Sometimes against a fast twitch counter puncher, at least what you want them to do is to counter wrongly. And make them think that you're about to commit, and then they swing and then they miss, and then you hit them back. So it becomes, a very back and forth game of like see who falls or who's tricked first. Yep. You can see because Rico has sort of shown his hand as a fast twitch counter puncher. So now Abbas is committing a lot less to it, just sort of testing him first. Rico is picking that up as well. Now he's being a bit more selective with his counters instead of trying to fire at everything. So quite a nice, interesting, game of chess from the start already.
Abbas is a taller boxer with better reach, while Rico is the one trying to get inside. What do you think so, Brian?
Yeah, I think Rico's not. Yeah, he is getting inside once he starts showing his combinations, but he's happy to sort of stay on the outside and let Abbas commit first, so then counter it. Abbas is doing a good job of staying out of range of some of the shorter hooks. You just need to sort of maintain this a little bit. Sometimes against a counter puncher, what you want to do is to overload the computer. Overload them with information. Show them too many things so that they're not sure which one to counter. Feint, jab, sometimes right hand follows the jab, sometimes it doesn't. Against somebody who's looking for a counter, what you want to do is to make sure that they're looking at too many things. Abbas is doing a pretty good job of sort of posting with his jab after he throws, sort of get away, taking full advantage of his reach. Nicely uppercut over there. See, he's sort of mixing up extra punches to his usual combos. He shows jabs and 1-2s, and then once in a while something else pops in over there.
That's 3-4 punch combination there by Rico.
Yeah, Rico looking for single layer slip counters. Slip counters.
Both of them looking very comfortable in the ring.
Oh yeah, definitely. From what I know, both of them are pretty experienced. They've been sparring for a long time, had a couple of fights under their belt. Yeah. Abbas doing a good job of not overcommitting to his punches, so that he doesn't get caught by a counter when hard when he misses. Alright, so based on the star matchup, we can see already, Rico looking to counter from the in pocket range, and Abbas looking to outbox. So now it becomes a matter of who tricks the other one into committing into something wrong first. Either Rico tricks Abbas into overcommitting on one of his punches and then countering him hard, or Abbas sort of makes Rico miss with his counters, makes him a bit more hesitant, and then he just outpoints him from the side. From outside, I mean. Once again, like the last time, chat, if you guys have any questions or any opinions, please feel free to just voice them out, and we'll try to address them as best as we can as the event goes on today.
And I wonder what UFC Citylink coach is telling his boxer there in the red corner.
In terms of overall game plan, I think they are both following their game plan, and it's a good game plan. It's just a matter of who executes it better. For somebody with fast twitch explosiveness like Rico, I think counter punching like this is pretty good. And for somebody with the longer reach and footwork like Abbas, it's good for him to stay on the outside. So they're both doing the correct things. They're both doing the correct things for each other, for themselves. It's just a matter of who pulls it off better. Sometimes you can have the correct game plan but still lose because you don't execute it properly, or you are prevented from executing it properly by your opponent and stuff that they do. Rico's looking for a lot of single shot counters, so Abbas would do well to sort of draw those counters out and then punish him for it. that Rico is countering a lot more with his right hand than his left. So Abbas may want to circle in the other direction instead. Very nice job of moving and hitting at the same time.
Abbas is very patient and very picky with his punches.
Yeah, nice variation also. Sometimes he puts his jab to the body first and then comes out with the two on top. In boxing, basically, or in any striking, anyway, the things that you can sort of mix up is that you can mix up the levels, you can mix up the speed, and you can mix up the range. So Rico's doing a pretty good job of mixing up the levels and the range right now. Sometimes he punches from nearby with a short little lead uppercut, and then when he's on the outside, he mostly just shows jabs and 1-2s. He's doing a good job of varying the jabs and the 1-2s also. Instead of just jab, 1-2, jab, 1-2. He's throwing like jabs, 1-2 sometimes. Just gotta be a little bit careful. Yes, that's right, from Rico. Just gotta be a little bit careful, of moving his head either sideways or back outwards after he's done punching. Punch and then move out. The combo ends when you're out of there, not when you're done punching.
And Ryan, you were seeing levels. For those of the spectators or the viewers who don't understand what you mean by levels, can you share a bit more what is levels in boxing?
Oh right, so sorry. Literally, it means literally what it means, levels. Like it's either punching up or down. So you either punch his head or you punch his body. So when you change levels from jab, right, it means instead of jabbing his face, you jab his body. So a 1-2 can be, both. 1-2 is two punches, right? A jab cross. It could be both to the head, both to the body, one to the body, one to the head, or to the body first and then the head, or the head first and then the body. You see, within even the simplest two-punch combination in boxing, you can already mix it up like 4 different ways, and then you can mix up the timing as well. Instead of jab cross, you can jab, pause a split second, and then cross, or you can double jab first and then cross. So there's no shortage of weapons really. With just your two hands and these two punches, there's like 8 different variations that you can do.
Thank you for the explanation, Brian.
Rico seems pretty committed to his counter-punching game. You see, he's just absorbing the light, the half-hearted, non-committal punches from Abbas and waiting for him to overextend so he can pass him with a counter. It's not a bad strategy, but sometimes what can happen is that you kind of get outworked by your opponent because they've thrown like 20 punches and you've thrown 0. It's not a great look in the eyes of judges. In general, right, a counter-punching game like this is much more suited to the pro game than the amateur game because in pro boxing you score on damage, whereas in amateur boxing you're much more scored on activity and accuracy.
Okay, the scoring system is different from the professional and the amateur then. How do you read the fight so far? How will you score the fight so far, Brian?
I don't think I'm actively scoring, but I think overall Abbas has been getting generally outworking Rico by a little bit. It's because of the style that they've chosen for each other. Rico's style is much more reliant on like being able to let blast with those accurate counters, but in general he is getting outworked by Abbas. Yeah, next round it'll be interesting to see how this dynamic of the different styles play out against each other in round 3.
So we keep up the pace.
Abbas is doing a good job of mixing up his hard and his soft punches.
All right, the start of round 3, the final round of bout number 2.
Yep.
Rico didn't come out as aggressive as he did in round 2 earlier.
Yeah, Rico needs to be a little bit more active, Like he is doing good punches, he is doing good counters, but in general he's just kind of getting outworked. And then what Abbas needs to do is to not get complacent. Like, if Rico is being inactive for 10 seconds, doesn't mean that 11 seconds he won't fire back with something. So you just kind of need to be Abbas needs to be responsible and just move out.
Rico trying to pick up the pace there, trying to be more active. I think he was listening to you, Brian.
Oh, it is very quiet in here actually. Alright, Rico being a little bit more active there already.
Landing all 4 punches already.
Yeah, but just as I say that, then Abbas sort of coming in with that nice 4-punch shifting combo. Abbas is doing a pretty good job of moving and punching at the same time.
What do you think of boxers putting their hands down? Do you think that complacency, is that confidence, or is that just getting comfortable in the fight?
I think it depends. Sometimes especially for a counter puncher like Rico, you put your hands down a little bit like this so that you sort of invite your opponent to punch you sloppily. and then you can counter.
Looking for opportunity by the mistake of your opponent there.
Correct. Because sometimes, you know, when your opponent's head is right there, it's really tempting to just punch him. Plus, sometimes it's not as dangerous as it seems, because if you have a good sense of distance, if your hands are down but your opponent is out of range, then you know you are pretty much safe. You just have to be able to react in time. Plus, I would say in general, just keeping your hands up without thinking about defense is not really a good defense. If you just keep your hands up, your opponent will punch your body, right? They'll throw a hook around your guard. You cannot just hold your guard there and expect, you know, not to get hit. You still kind of have to like deflect the punches away. You know, this Rico is being a lot more patient but explosive. Like he's conserving his energy for those singular big bursts. The problem with this is that Abbas is outworking him quite a lot.
Abbas is the younger one between this pair.
Oh yeah, I don't think Rico is tired in that sense. It's more like he's the way he's using his existing energy is different. Like he's saving up and then boom, saving up and then boom. So it's like 0 to 100, 0 to 100. Whereas Abbas is more of like, you know, all the way 50, 60, 70, 50, 60, 70. In general, for amateur boxing, the latter 50, 60, 70, that's gonna be a bit more effective.
Consistency and always staying busy. That's the end of bout number 2. How did you fare the fight totally, Brian?
Like again, you know, this is legend sparring, right? So you know, we're not there won't be judges scoring the fights actively, and I'm also not. I'm trying to call the action for the viewers, and I'm not trying. We're not trying to, you know, like focus based extremely much on scoring who and who. But just off my feel of like, you know, the shape of the fight and the way it took place, I would say like Abbas generally outworked him a little bit.
Alright, thank you, Brian. We'll go for a short commercial break, and we'll start with bout 3 right immediately after. And we have here bout number 3, Alvin Tan from Invictus Boxing Club and Muhammad Taufik representing himself.
And here we go, Alvin in the blue corner and Taufik in the blue. Sorry, Alvin in the red corner. Just a little quick mishap over there, just a headgear not being put on build properly.
Yeah. Alvin is ready to go there at the white corner.
Oh yeah, chomping at the bit.
Alright, and here we go again.
And we're off. Both fighters being already a little bit cautious, you know, staying out of each other's range, just seeing what moves they will Once again, we see the matchup of the taller fighter and the shorter fighter, and you know, as we say before, there are pros and cons about being the taller fighter. There are pros and cons about being the shorter fighter. It kind of depends on how you maximize the pros and minimize the cons of either being taller or shorter. So I would say, like, height alone doesn't confer any real advantage or disadvantage. It's about if you are tall, how do you use your height? If you are short, how do you use your lack of height?
totally agree. So basically, using your strength to your advantage and not showing your weakness too much to your opponent.
That's right. So if you're a taller guy, you want to keep the guy on the end of your punches so that you know there is a safe distance for you to. Basically, if you're taller, there is a range, right, where you can hit him and he can't hit you. You want to keep the fight in that range all the time.
In your opinion, are they using their advantage? Height and reach?
In general, Alvin is, I would say. Yeah. He's adjusting his right hand to, hit diagonal.
Yes. I think that's the role of referees. At the end of the day, the boxers or the participants' safety is still the utmost priority. So it's important to listen to the referee because they are keeping a watchful eye on the boxers.
Oh yeah, that's right. You don't want, the last thing you want, is to prepare really hard for an event like this and sort of just like, get disqualified or have to lose out on it for, breaking the rules or something unintentionally.
Yes. What are the few things boxers need to know, the rules that they cannot break? One example, you cannot punch behind the head. What are the things that boxers should be aware of?
In general, for amateur boxing especially, no open hand punching. So like, a lot of times when you throw a hook, it kind of becomes a bit of a slap because you're reaching a bit too much. So you can't be punching with the inside of the glove.
That was a good first round. As they go to their corners, having their water break, having their conversation with their coaches. Taufik at the end getting too excited with his drink.
Twitcher says the jab is too distracting. Yeah, that's right. Sometimes, a jab can be tiring to throw full strength all the time. So you don't need to throw full strength or full speed jabs all the time. Sometimes you can throw one hard one out of 3 non-committal ones. Even slow jabs can hit the target, as long as you mix up the timing a little bit.
And there's multiple different jabs that boxers do, both in amateur boxing and professional boxing.
Oh yeah, you can double jab. You can throw like a sort of like a pawing jab. To sort of block the opponent's view. You can step in really hard on your jab, the Jack Dempsey jog style.
And this is round number 2. Here we go.
I've been doing a pretty good job of keeping the fight in this range. We'll see whether Taufik can sort of get in his own range. Relying a lot on head movement. Yeah, I've been doing a good job of throwing uppercuts also. As a taller fighter, right? As a taller fighter, your uppercuts reach your opponent's head a little bit easier. So what you want to do is throw your jab, sort of track their head movement, and then follow it with an uppercut. So in this case, you might throw 3 jabs before your uppercut, and it doesn't matter the 3 jabs land or not. It's just for you to measure where the target is.
Alvin has explosive punches shown, and SNC is one of the things that leads you up to explosive power, both coming from the lower body and your upper body as well.
Yeah. Fai, what are some of the exercises that as a strength and conditioning coach, that you can sort of do to train your explosive power from your legs?
I think in general, what people are familiar with are slam bars, cable pushers. There are many other things that can be done, but the most generic of all, easy to get, most gyms have, would be ball slaps. Well,
I've been doing a pretty good job of mixing up his attack.
5, 6, 7, 8.
all right, Kai have qualified. Oh, adjust. Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
we're
Kai,
just adjusting the head guard.
Taufik getting his head gear adjusted, and go about in 3, 2, 1. There's the first warning by referee Kai there.
Yeah, the headgear is a little bit of an issue for on Taufik's side, but he is getting hit quite a bit also. It's not the worst idea for him to try to come in and exchange in the pocket. The problem is that because I think he's a little bit too anxious to get in like that, his balance is suffering quite a bit. Like when he goes in, he throws like a 2-3, 2-3, 2-3. After the first 2 punches, his balance sort of like he's very squared up and his feet are really close together.
It's something he can work on when he gets back to the gym after this fight.
looking very tense also. You can tell he's really eager to go inside.
You know how in some fights referees step in and referee has to stop, and they always say, always protect yourself at all times.
Yeah, that's right.
That also consider when the referee comes in and stop punching.
Oh yeah, that's right. Even if the referee says stop punching, you want to make sure that you don't hit it.
I think one of the viewers are saying, imagine Taufik start to punch the referee. Alright, I don't think Taufik has a chance because the fight has been stopped.
Yep. So in this case, I think what we can sort of learn from this is, the taller fighter using his height to his best advantage, jabbing a lot, making sure that the fight takes place in that comfortable position where you can hit him and he can't hit you.
Good job to both fighters as we move on to bout number 4.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, daughter has fun on Yagi, her brain fried. My lady Papa Zenny, other lady popping Molly, why she waiting on me? Yogi my area, keep on heading if you want, I drive it like you know. I don't wanna hear you, you know, like I'm Bango, cutting my hair. I just keep going though, 소신껏 날 믿고 I fly non-stop, Kelly to New York, 구름 위로 hop on, drive out and riding bars, honeyberry counting gobs, I do what I wanna do, 그게 나의 문의원, 너넨 꿈꾸지 말만 많지, just do it. Like Nike, just do it, get to know me and I 내 flow가 작은 눈이 분위기는 chill, Fendi snakes on my barrel, yeah I'm feeling first class, yo 이런 cash flow.
So here's 20 seconds.
Welcome back to Legends Sparring Invitational 3, and we have bout number 4. Kamal Rizaman from Legends Fight Sport and Sin Soo Wen representing Riffle Gym Academy. Both men measuring each other up.
Yeah, getting started pretty soon already. Right. Shiwen choosing to fight pretty tall. Right now, both still kind of non-committal. They just want to see what weapons the other guy has. Shiwen appears to want to Shiwen's pawing up his jab a little bit, but I think he prefers to counter punch. I'm just based on the look of it. Kamal sort of dipped his head and then moved to the right, but he got caught anyway. Sometimes one of the downsides of head movement is that the movements the patterns of head movement in general, they can be unpredictable, but they're also the usual stuff. So head movement can be tracked. I would say in general, it's good to have it, but not to save you from difficult situations. But you may not want to rely on it as your primary method of defense, especially when you're standing in the pocket, because your opponent can miss 3 punches and land the 4th one. Yeah, you see just like that. When you retreat backwards in a straight line like this, all your opponent has to do is to follow up, and then he'll almost definitely hit you.
Landing another 2 punches there.
Yeah.
Soo Wen.
Kamal's relying a little bit too much on head movement, I would say. He's retreating like this. He escapes some punches, but he gets hit by others. Head movement is one kind of defense. There are lots of kinds of defenses. It's good to have more of them at your disposal. There's no single defense which is the best defense, and you can only use that. Kamau actually seems to be like, the faster, more explosive fighter. But Shiwen is just picking his moments a bit better. Like after Kamau is done with his combo, Shiwen will just answer back.
Shiwen is cautious, but at the same time active.
Yeah, he's basically cautious in the sense that he's sort of waiting to see letting Kamau punch first on his guard, and then when Kamau tries to move his head backwards, he'll just sort of track the head movement and then land back. Very, very nice combo. Notice he jab, step back, and then 1, 2, 3, 2.
I feel the good thing about Shiwen is he doesn't stop if he misses.
Yeah,
he
that's
just
right.
continue and complete his combination,
That's
regardless what happened in between.
Yes, exactly. Yes, that's right. Basically, he knows that Kamau is looking to use head movement, so he figures, okay, I will miss 2 or 3 punches, I will land my 4th and 5th one.
So like you said earlier, along the way, hip movement will be predictable and they can measure and gauge where to punch and when to punch.
Yep, that's right. It's a little bit like the previous fight with Alvin and Taufik. When Taufik was moving his head, what Alvin did was sort of like just use a couple of pawing jabs to track the head movement and then land the right hand. Head movement is good. It's but you kind of have to like pair it with other things. You move your, like Rico was a bit earlier. You move your head and then you throw. If you move your head and try to dodge 3, 4 punches, the next ones are probably gonna land. But you cannot use head movement to escape forever. Like maybe you slip and then you roll under 1 punch, and then it's time for you to give back or to move away.
Both corners are looking really busy. Their coaches or their team demonstrating the jab, demonstrating the straight. So we'll see what happens as round number 2 or bout number 4 begins.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what adjustments they make after having that round.
That's a good left foot there.
Yeah, Shiwen is getting getting into a good rhythm or a comfortable rhythm.
You notice some boxers when they get punched, they smile, they shake their head. What do you think of this? Is this a psychological effect, or are they really getting hurt or something?
I guess it depends from person to person. Some people when shake their head, no, they really mean it, and some people don't. In general, I would say that it's also a good way to sort of like bullshit the judges or the audience a little bit.
Yes, it's more of imagery and optics.
Yeah, that's right. Because in the end, like you can smile after getting hit, but it still kind of counts as a hit. Like smiling doesn't erase the points from a hit. So you might as well not do it.
The fight still going on.
Kamau doing a little bit better in the pocket. He's being a bit more aggressive. You notice when they're fencing, then Kamau sort of like gets getting hit by the jabs and all that a lot more. When he goes in the pocket like this, he can use his speed, his superior speed to get off punches like this. You see he scored a standing 8 count already.
I see Shiwen shaking his head when referee start counting.
Kamau's doing a good job of basically walking through the punches now. Like previously, I think he got hit and he wanted to reset. Now he's just deciding to just power through it and go in. So you see, he takes a punch and then he goes in. Still getting hit, of course, but he's sort of accepting getting hit to land his own combinations.
Kamau seems a bit more successful in this round with his punches.
Yeah, that's right. Previously he was getting hit way more than he was hitting. Now it's kind of even with him, slightly above. Yeah. So Shiwen needs to sort of get this back into the rhythm he had in round 1, which is in and out. Yeah, Kamau is pressing him hard now. Yeah, Shiwen needs more of this. He was winning at this range and at this pace. He needs to just maintain this range and pace. I suspect that Kamau sort of punched himself out a little bit. Now is the time for Shiwen to press the attack.
I think we go back to the factor that we talked about number 1. Fitness and cardiovascular is one of the key factors of a boxer for any sportsperson.
Yep, definitely. And like we said, on top of having cardio, it's also about how you spend your cardio. If you blow it all in the first minute of a round, that means you essentially give up the next 2 minutes of that round. So So you got to be wise about where do you spend your cardio. Sometimes it's good to burst, when you sense your opponent is tiring or back rhythm. Like now basically Shivan is taking this round back. So pretty close round, hard to say who won. They basically both dominated one half of each one. Yeah, they both got hit quite a lot in that previous round, I would say. Like the first round is very clear who's winning. The second one, like they basically dominated one half of each round. But make no mistake, they were both getting hit a lot in the second round. And I would say that sort of bout tends to favor Kamal because the slower, more measured kind of fencing from distance kind of thing, that favors Shivan a lot more. So since that favors Shivan a lot more, he should be getting back to that. He had some success when they were exchanging, but he would be much better served just playing it like how he did in round one. Pick his shots.
Before unleashing them.
If you are a better, like if you're having success, if you're a better boxer, if you have better defense, you want a slower pace and further distance. Come on, doing a good job of following up his head movement and punches.
He's trying to force his way through the overhand, right? How do you think so far? How's round number 3 going for this bout?
Yeah, I would say they're kind of taking turns to be aggressive and defensive. Yeah, it's also because they're probably both resting after their offense. Shivan needs to sit down his punches a little bit more. He's kind of like leaping into those hooks. It's not the worst thing in the world to do, but it's really tiring.
Both activity level much lower compared to round 2 and round 1.
Yeah, round 1 is still pretty slow. I think round 2 they both punch themselves up a little bit. Now we'll just see who outwork each other in this final round. So far I would say it's still pretty even. Kamal maybe slightly edging it. But yeah, in terms of activity, Shivan is really doing a lot. Because you got to remember, in amateur boxing, activity counts for a lot more than visible damage and things like that.
There was an apology there. Yeah.
In general, I kind of wouldn't advise that. Just because you put your hand up doesn't mean the other person is obligated to high five you.
Yes.
Very nice, jabbing off his hook by Shivan. He threw a hook, he realized it was too far away, but since his left hand was already out, then he just kind of converted it into a jab. Nice body shot also. I think he's stealing this round a little bit now in the closing seconds.
I think one thing boxers have to do is to be adaptable and just adjust the situation much more than what they practice or train in the gym as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's a balance between sometimes you want to throw your premeditated combos because you don't need to think about those. You practice those in the back a lot of times. You can just throw those. Sometimes, and you have to mix that with, sometimes take the punches that you see in front of you. In general, I would say Shivan is getting the better of this round, but he's getting hit by a lot of careless shots, just like that one. He's throwing, but he's not protecting himself after he exits.
I think at this rate, Kamal is taking 5 punches to just land 1 punch.
Yeah, his punches are harder, but he's basically, he's landing less harder, but a lot less.
That's the end of bout number 4, and well done to both gentlemen.
Yeah, very entertaining back and forth kind of fight. Again, very good clash of styles.
We go for a commercial break as bout number 5 is next. And welcome back to Legend Sparring Invitational number 3, Invitational 3, my apologies on that end. As you can see, Legends Rangwood will open on 17 January, which is this Monday, and we'll have 2 days of free trial boxing for everyone who just want to register. Just download the app and participate in the free trial boxing class on the 22nd and 23rd of January. Now, as we move on, we have bout number 5 here. Bout number 5, we have Amar Rizkula, 64 kilo, representing Legends Fight Sport, and Bei Kai Feng, representing Spartans Dobigon. I think they're going to put on their headgears. For those who do not know, the referee Kai, Coach Kai, will also be teaching classes at Legends Rangwood on Mondays and Fridays evening.
Kai, formerly having medaled at the Sea Games, very few better people to learn from.
Alright, Amar getting excited that he's warming up. Alright, here we get ready as bout number 5 start between Amar Rizkula and Bei Kai Feng.
Kai Feng in the blue corner.
Bout number
and Amar in
5
the red.
is brought to you by Westlake Tire, ranked number 9 tire brand globally. Visit www.zc-rubber.com and www.lshgroup.com for more information. Thank you to Westlake Tire for sponsoring this bout.
Yep.
And we have Amar Rizkula there, resetting his headgear.
Yeah, although that could have easily been a standing 8 count as well. Really quick, like flurry. That he sort of caught him, I think, off guard. I didn't expect the bout to begin so quickly like that.
I think many boxers they have problem anticipating rushing boxers or people who just boxers who just go in and throw flurry of punches.
Yeah, that's right. Because a lot of times, sparring can be a little bit relaxed sometimes. So, sometimes it takes a little while to sort of warm up, get hit a little bit and realize, okay, I'm going to fight now as well. Very nice balanced combinations from Kai Feng. Notice he's punching really hard and really fast, but his weight is properly over his feet.
By Amar. I think that is what you were talking about earlier, levels.
Yeah. Pretty high activity fight already.
What do you think of boxers who talk to their opponent in the fight, like what Amar is trying to do here in the fight?
I mean, I guess, in general it can be a little bit more colorful, but also sometimes a little bit distracting. I would say in general I'm not a big fan of it in terms of like, if I was giving advice to a boxer, I wouldn't sort of recommend that. In a sense, but it depends, sometimes you need to get in a particular headspace and that might help you.
I think judges don't score points for showmanship.
Yeah, that's right. It can be entertaining, but what you want to do is to make sure that that doesn't cost you your actual strategy.
I think Zebra Young just said this one more interesting. I think Amar antics is entertaining for some of us.
Yeah, one thing about that though is that he's not being active enough. So he's still getting outworked. Like he's looking cool and all, but he is getting outworked.
I think both the coaches at the corner now whispering them some things. How do you fare round number 1 earlier, Brian?
I would say Kai Feng basically took that run. You know, in the end, if you're judging it, it doesn't matter, you know, how cool each person looks, but you know, how did you land more and better punches. You know, in the end, that's the end of the story.
Of course, showmanship doesn't get the points.
That said, you know, I don't think showmanship is totally a bad thing also. You just have to make sure that you're scoring with it. If your showmanship is making your opponent hesitate, if it's, you know, making punches that land on you look less clean, it can help also. You know, pretty cool example is Prince Naseem.
I agree.
Really, but on top of his power, like, you know, he had really like good balance, so he could like lean in stupid ways to get away from punches. He had really good punching power also. But I think one, you know, cautionary tale, right, is when the Prince. I think cautionary tale is when the Prince fought Marco Antonio Barrera. When, you know, basically the showman got like outworked very consistently by, like, you know, somebody with strong basic fundamentals who consistently just, you know, jabbed and threw combinations.
He was an entertaining fighter, and with a lot of raw power as well.
Yeah, Amar is calm, you know, and he's looking at the punches as they come, which is pretty good. But again, see, he's getting outworked. For every punch he throws, right, like 10 are coming back his way.
I think you spoke about Spen.
That was a very nice, like, you know, shift over there.
Yeah, that was cool.
But you see, after that very nice move, right, before and after the very nice move, like, he kind of gets hit by like 6-7 punches before and after that. So, you know, it's a cool move. It's not going to win. You're going to need a lot more of those. And the thing about moves is like that is that, you know, you can use them once or twice in a round maximum. After that, you know, what are you going to do? You're going to have more ideas.
True. Do you think this style is more effective in the pro circuit?
Hard to say. Hard to say. You know, if you basically, I think it's good to have those moves, but you can't have only those moves. You got to have strong basics, right? And then you pull those moves out once in a while to sort of gain an advantage. Like you see now, right, against the ropes like this, he's defending all right, but he's still getting hit with, like, you know, 3 or 4 hard right hands.
Yeah, he's not countering inside the pocket.
Yeah, that's right. Like, you know, hiding behind the shoulder, right, is good for like a straight right, but, you know, like a right hook over the top sort of counters that. So, like, just like the high guard, just like head movement, you cannot use it blindly. It is one of your defensive moves.
If you notice, Kai Feng is pushing his glove into the defense of Ahmad. What do you think of that technique or that tactic?
Yeah, that's called posting, I think, or pawing. One thing good is that, number one, it controls the posture of your opponent. So, like, even if you miss with your jab, just use your left hand to sort of press him down, and then he can't, like, sort of get back to, say, his straight right counter. Another thing it does is it obscures the vision of your opponent, so you can sort of block his eyes with your left hand, and then he can't see when and where your right hand is coming from.
I think this was one of the techniques Canelo did against Caleb Plant in the last 4 or 5 rounds.
Oh yeah, plenty. One other fighter whom I really like who use that a lot also is Tommy Hearns. Like, Tommy Hearns is famous for, like, you know, the flicker jab, like in Hajime no Ippo, those of you who watch. But one thing Tommy Hearns did a lot with his flicker jab also is that, like, he paused a lot with it to sort of block the angle so that nobody knows when exactly his chopping right will come in. Yeah, framing, that's another word for it.
I think Ahmad should be more active.
Yeah, he's way too inactive. And that's the thing, you know, the fancy moves, right, they are cool, but they are tiring. So,
yeah, it goes back to your discussion in the previous fights where you talk about spend cardio or in SNC terms, spend energy.
yeah, that's right. Like, you have X amount of cardio. Right? Imagine you have like 100 points of cardio, right? Like playing Monopoly or something. You want to spend it, you know, strategically. Sometimes, if, like, you know, if you see a good opening, then you want to spend more of it. You know, if your opponent is in a good rhythm, you might want to get out of it.
Let's see how round 3 turn out for these two gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if, you know, like Amar has been, like, sort of keeping more energy in reserve.
I look forward to that. I hope that what you just said is true.
Yeah. But that's the thing about amateur boxing also. It's a lot harder to, because there are only 3 rounds, if you drop even one, right, it's really hard to ensure that you win the next 2.
Definitely. It's 3 rounds, 2 short in a sense. But he's pretty long when you're inside there.
Yeah. And the thing about 3 rounds is that it's long, but it's also very short. If you lose one, you have to win the next 2. You cannot afford to give away any rounds. Whereas in pro boxing, there are 12 rounds, right? Or 10 rounds. You can give away 1 or 2 to sort of like get your rhythm. But in amateur boxing, like there's only 3. You lose one, you have to win the next 2. If you lose 2, you have to stop the fight in order to win.
Be more active in the portal when you're on the stage.
Amar should not stay here. One other thing also, like the Twitcher on the chat is saying, is that when he sort of uses a shoulder roll, he rolls too much to his right, so it becomes difficult to counter back. Yeah, Kai Feng doing a pretty good job, not responding to like the showmanship. He's just punching correctly, punching again and again.
I think what Amar is doing, for those who know, is like one of the old Malay movie in the 50s. There was this one boxing scene.
What movie is that, Fai?
I can't recall the name, but the boxing scene is just playing around, talking about boxing, right? But I think it's just Amar's way of making it entertaining. But he's taking too many punches at this stage. What do you think, Brian?
Oh yeah, definitely. The next thing I want to think is that I want to look for that movie.
Okay, I'll find out the movie name. I'll share with you.
Yeah. So you see like this, right? Staying against the ropes like this. You are basically giving that minute of the round away.
Yeah. Should be throwing his punches.
When you do that, right, it should be to tire an opponent out so you can punish him, and not just to show that you can. Because you don't get points for defense, right? It's like in football, right? You have to be leading, and then you can park the bus.
Yeah.
If you are 2-0 down and you park the bus, you will still lose.
Yeah, that's the thing. And getting punched too many times in the head or even at the body, you will take a toll on you along the way.
Yeah, that's right.
We have some interesting comments there.
Yeah, that's the other thing also. If you want to use like your front shoulder as your defense, you kind of have to like make sure that your right hand is protecting yourself from the left hook.
You got his head behind the rope there.
Magic Guru commentary on point, guys. Thank you very much. Oh, very nice. You see how Kai Feng sort of like, he throws the left hook, it was blocked. He like paused with the jab and then throws the right hand behind it.
And that's the end of bout number 5. That bout number 5 was brought to you by Westlake Tires. Savvy consumers look for everyday value, and Westlake Tires delivers with its uncompromising commitment to a perfect balance in their tires: performance, value, and quality. Westlake Tires offer an expansive line that covers passenger, performance, light truck, SUV, and truck applications, all created by one of the largest tire manufacturers in the world. Visit www.zc-rubber.com and www.lshgroup.com for more information. Thank you once again to our sponsors. All right, now we are heading to bout number 6 between Ascension Lopez Francisco from Legends Fight Sport and Hong Shishen from Spartans Balestier.
All right, another southpaw orthodox matchup.
This bout is brought to you by Vivi Dental Surgeons, the best Korean dental clinic that provides aesthetic care for you to look like your favorite Korean actor, actresses, and also all your dental needs when you are in a fight game. Visit vividental.sg to get your fix.
Right, we're seeing another southpaw orthodox matchup. So again, look for the foot placement battle and look for who uses their lead hand more effectively.
Straight and good hook there by Francisco.
Yep, Francisco is taking the outside angle and then using it to land his straight left. The outside angle isn't an automatic thing that wins it for you. It's more about, when you get that outside angle, what do you do with it? You don't just put your foot outside because, your coach says to do it. But, when you put your foot outside, what is the purpose of that? What punch are you planning to land with that? What punches are you open to, and then what can you do to defend against that? So I would say it's not so much about, is inside or outside better. It's more of which one, whatever you do, is it purposeful? What is your plan? What are you trying to do? Very nice shifting combo from Francisco.
Swing and trying to go for the body shot there.
Yeah. Getting overwhelmed a little bit though. He sort of has to punch and then move up. Quick break before you settle the head gear.
Then we have the referee fixing Francisco head guard.
Very nice from Francisco. In general, for a southpaw orthodox matchup, I would say one of the very underrated punches is actually the lead hook, because your opponent's shoulder and lead hand is blocking his view from the lead hook. So what you do is you throw the obvious weapon, which is the straight down the pipe, and then the lead hook comes from on top.
Oh, that was a good straight landed by Francisco there.
Yeah, very nice on the timing. He basically split Zhishen's timing over there. While Zhishen was walking halfway, then he threw that punch. So far, Francisco getting a better of this round. I would say Zhishen, because he keeps having to adjust to Francisco taking the outside angle, so his balance is suffering a little bit. You can sort of see the feet crossing closer.
Francisco has been managing to adjust the timing and adjust the distance accordingly, using his jab.
That's one of the things about cardio also, if you can control the rhythm of a fight in a rhythm that is comfortable for yourself, at a pace that is comfortable for yourself, then, you won't feel as tired, because then it will feel like training. Usually a lot of fatigue in fights comes from stress or from being made to work at a pace that you don't want to work at. How like that says, cool how he starts with the two. Yeah, that's right, because the lead hand is sort of being blocked by the other lead hand. So a good way to land your two in a southpaw orthodox matchup is to step with the outside angle, so it brings your rear shoulder closer to your opponent's face. In chat, Zebra Yams, I think says Zhishen is a bit stiff. Yeah, I think that's right. Basically, he's sort of because he's losing the positional battle, so he's sort of having to adjust first. So while in the midst of adjusting, he's getting hit, and so his balance is suffering a little bit because of that.
Alright, we are getting ready for round number 2 between Francisco and Zhishen.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Zhishen does to adjust to sort of getting moved out of position. In general, in boxing, when we talk about footwork and position, essentially, right, it can be boiled down to this very simple principle, which is: are you facing your opponent, ready to punch, in a position where your opponent is not facing you? The perfect position is when you are facing your opponent and he is not facing you. That's always the position where you want to be. Very nice from Francisco. He's been landing the two consistently. So now he shows the two and comes above the left hook. See the right hook again. I think a really good takeaway from this is that the lead hook is a really underrated weapon in a southpaw orthodox matchup. It's weird to land the jab, right? Because the other opponent's lead hand and lead foot is in the way, so you come around. He's a bit too eager to punch. He's loading up a lot with that right hand. As Francisco is hitting with less strength, but his punches are just a little bit more tight.
And Francisco is always reacting when Zhishen lands a punch or put an arm across his face.
You see one of the other disadvantages. So when Francisco is throwing a combo, Zhishen is retreating in a straight line. So basically, like our earlier fights, right? If you treat in a straight line, the first 2 punches will miss, the next 2 will miss. Yeah, how like that says Simpson is really lacking in footwork. A little bit, I would say. It's seeming to suffer a lot because Francisco is constantly winning the positional battle. So he's basically standing in a position where he can punch and Zishan can't. So Zishan has to adjust really quickly on the fly.
Both taking a break, catching the
I
breath.
think they're both tired at the same time.
But both are doing well so far.
Yep. Sometimes that's how you can tell who wants it more. Sometimes when both of you are resting, you'll see who has more fortitude within them to dig in deeper and then push them. Very nice 2-3 combo. You see, it's not so much that Francisco is like faster or stronger or a better puncher. He's just always in a slightly better position, and that's why his punches are landing.
Both trying to contain. The good thing about Francisco, anytime...
Zishan's left hand is also very muted, you notice.
But whenever he puts out his arm, Francisco will have an answer, will just react to something. It's another great 2-1 there.
Yeah, Zishan's blowing up a lot because, like I said, because of the positioning. He's not in a comfortable position, and so like he sort of have to adjust every time he wants to throw. Adjust first and then throw. So you can see the punch coming from a while away. Trolling with Punches asks, where does Fran trains at? Fran trains at Legends Fight Sports, coincidentally.
Francisco trains at Legends Fight Sport with TCW. He's been actively training with TCW for the past 2 to 3 years. I think this is one fight where age doesn't really matter, does it, Brian?
Oh yeah, we're not really seeing the activity dip compared to any of the fights between the younger guys just now. Notice Francisco is doing this thing where he'll circle to his left, toward like inside the guard of Zishan, and then he'll throw his 2. You hear friends called Legends Coach's Corner telling him to keep cutting angles. The cutting angles is basically what is winning him this entire fight. Like Zishan, is not a bad puncher or anything, but he's just basically constantly being outfoxed by, constantly being put in the wrong position. And he's always one step behind. He has to correct his position and then punch. Whereas, Francisco is already in a position to punch.
Francisco is utilizing his straight punches very well there, using his jabs, his straights.
This one cool thing that Francisco is doing also is that sometimes he has to extend a little bit on his straight. So when he throws his hook, he steps forward with his left hand when he throws his right hook to sort of recover his balance. So you reach with your 2, and then you step with your other leg to throw your lead hook so that you recover your balance, and then you can turn your stance like this. It's a very simple way to recover your balance, recover your posture when you sell out on a 2 like that. Very nice shifting combo also. Watch when Francisco throws his 2. Then you see he'll throw a left hook. The left hook, if it lands, great, but if it doesn't, it helps him to recover his balance when he steps with his left leg. See, throw his left hand, then after that follow with his right hook, and step to his left with his left leg. Recover the balance.
And we have some entertaining comments there. If you were Brian, what would you do differently?
At this point, I would sort of number one, sort of be the one first, in the sense that right now Francisco is cutting the angles and then Zishan's reacting. If I were Zishan's corner, I would tell him you cut the angle first. Make him you get to your position, make him follow your position, and then you throw. Basically, Francisco is not faster, he's just doing it first. It's like, if rather than you wait for me, I wait for you, right? I'll go first, you follow me.
Okay.
Like a lot of times, right, this is how you sort of overcome like a speed advantage. Because if your opponent is faster than you, you're not going to become faster than him in between rounds, right? You sort of get into a position where he has to waste his speed following you. So you're one step ahead, so that's how you cut down his speed, by making him take an extra step every time to follow you.
Cisco doing something with his hands there. Trying to distract Session.
Very disciplined, you know. You can tell he's really tired, but he's still consistently circling, consistently taking angles. He's not throwing a whole wide variety of punches, but you don't need to.
There was a good fight between these two gentlemen there. All right, and thank you to Vivid Dental Surgeon as we go for a break. By our sponsors. Thank you once again to our sponsor, Vivid Dental Surgeon. And yes, when you get a 2-for-2 knockout, you can go to them, they can fix your teeth. Alright, we are moving on to bout number 7 between Haziq Daniel from Legends Fight Sport and Muhammad Jazil Ada representing himself.
Alright, coming up on round 1 of bout 7 of the total of 24 exciting fights that we have today, culminating with our final between Daniel Tyson and Tay Jia Wei.
Let's see, they're getting engaged.
Alright, fight 7, round 1, between Haziq and Muhammad Jazil. Haziq in the red corner, Muhammad Jazil in the blue.
We have two young gentlemen here, young guys.
Yeah, Haziq has fought in our previous Sparring Invitationals already, both actually. Yeah, so this time more interesting, we have a southpaw versus southpaw matchup, so this will be pretty much like, normal.
I was just going to say it's been 10-15 seconds. Neither of them are throwing any punch.
Yeah, we got a punch through. Okay, I think Haziq got the message. Very nice. See how Haziq jabs, and then pretends like he's going to jab and then throws his rear hand.
Alright. There's the first hit count of bout number 7 between Haziq Daniel and Muhammad Jazil Ada. Alright, Muhammad Jazil Ada wants to continue the bout. I see he has to answer to those punches.
Yeah, I think he was a little bit shook, and how fast Haziq came out after that slightly slow start.
I think there was no start at all, right? There was no punch at all on the first.
Jazil seems like the slightly shorter or slower fighter, so he can't, fence like this. If you stand just outside boxing range and you kind of see who makes the first move first, the faster fighter is gonna win. So if you're not the faster fighter, you have to do something else about it. Like we saw in the previous fight, change position, stand in advantageous place. And we're starting to do that. Mohamed Jazil is.
What do you think of waiting too long, waiting for your opponent to start the movement, initiate the punch? Like what they are doing right now. What do you think of this?
Yeah, I mean that can be dangerous sometimes because you're giving your opponent chances to think about stuff. What you want to do is not give them time to think, but sometimes you yourself want time to think. So I think it's a balance between that. What usually the best boxers, right? They have stuff which is automatically in their muscle memory which they can do without thinking. So while they do that, then they think about their next stuff. So if jabbing and moving is like so second nature to you that you can basically plan what you're going to do next while doing that. So you can jab and move, and then you do the thing you were thinking about.
I think Mohamed Jazil is growing into the fight.
Yeah, I think he got a little bit shook by the first 8 counts. But now he's finding himself also, figuring out what he wants to do. Haziq being a little bit passive from here already. Yeah, but he's but seems to be by far the faster fighter. So like we said in the earlier bout, you don't overcome somebody's speed by trying to be as fast as them. You overcome it with better position.
Do you think speed is one essential factor or aspect in amateur boxers to defend or offense?
I would say generally, of course, in amateur boxing, everybody's got to be fast, right? But being the faster person is obviously helps, but it's not the only thing. Like it's good to be faster, but it's not that alone is not enough to win everything. And there are ways to overcome it. Like we mentioned earlier, positioning beats speed. Because if I'm slower, but I only have to do 2 things, and you have to do 3 things, I'm gonna be faster than you.
One choose to sit and one choose to stand. I think the red corner has it done it. Is changing the left. And we are going to start bout number 7, round number 2.
Alright, starting out, I think both of them have sort of felt each other's power and are a little bit, hesitant on committing. So in general, when this kind of thing happens, what you want to do is just throw out non-committal stuff. So you see Haziq is posting a little bit now. As a taller fighter, you can afford to do that. Haziq is headhunting a little bit too much in front for me. I would like to see him go to the body a little bit because Jazil is keeping a really tight high guard. And as a taller fighter, right, it's a bit harder to get around somebody's high guard because there's less space. He's doing okay to pose a little bit, I would like to see him go to the body a little bit more. That's one of the disadvantages about being a taller fighter. It's harder to go to a shorter fighter's body.
Will a taller fighter be more exposed when they try to hit the body of a shorter fighter?
Definitely, I would think. But in general, I would say every punch leaves you exposed in some way. So it's about how responsible you are in covering that. Exposing yourself at the right time. Every punch is a gamble, right? You're throwing, you're attacking, but you're also leaving yourself open to attack. So you just have to do it at the right time. A bit dangerous for Jazil to be turning his back like that. Haziq doing a good job, as a taller fighter, keeping the fight at his range. Like we mentioned earlier, right? As a taller fighter, there is a space which you can hit the opponent and they can't hit you. You want to keep the fight in that space all the time. Jazil a little bit passive in these exchanges. He has to sort of hit back. He's sort of waiting for his turn to attack. But in a fight, right, like you don't need to take turns. It's not like other games, right? You can steal your opponent's turn if you like.
I think it was shown
very nice sort of lean back counter from Haziq.
it was something like Shin Suwon did against Kamaru Zaman earlier, where he continues with his combination regardless of his opponent breaking his rhythm.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Jazil is not pressing Haziq enough. Haziq, just like the earlier fight with Rico. So Haziq is very explosive. That's why you see he's a little bit inactive now. It's 0 to 100, 0 to 100. So the way that Shion fought Rico was to keep it at 50, 60, 70. So that's what Jazil needs to be doing now. He needs to be attacking in the rest that Haziq takes.
And that's the end of round number 2. I think both young fighters are hungry for round number 3.
Yeah, I think in general Haziq is getting the better of this. But there are openings that Jazil could be taking. So we'll see in the next round whether he does take those. That opening specifically is, Haziq is bursting and then resting, bursting and then resting. So Jazil needs to attack during those rests.
I think do you think the explosiveness that Haziq have is disrupting Jazil's fight plan or strategy?
Oh yeah, for sure. So what's happening is that Haziq is exploding. Jazil is sort of a bit shook by it, and then while Jazil spends a little bit of time recovering from that, then Haziq gets to rest. So what Jazil needs to do is to attack while Haziq is resting. Let him burst and then attack.
Alright, we are going to start round number 3. Round number 7.
Round 3 of bout 7. So chat, as we said, we know what openings each of them are looking for. Now let's see who actually takes those openings. Yeah, Haziq is looking for that pull counter. Yeah, Jose needs to steal. He needs to steal his turn. Steal the turn to let him now. Now he's just letting Haziq tee off on him.
I think when referee Kai was saying to Haziq to go to the neutral corner, can we share a bit more about neutral corner, Brian?
Yeah. Okay. So basically, doing a standing 8 count or doing any kind of count, right? As the other boxer, you're supposed to go to the neutral corner. The rule is no coaching. So instead of going back to your corner, or instead of walking around, stalking around, you're supposed to go to the neutral corner, which is the white turnbuckles, not the red one. Yeah, it's in these lulls in Haziq's activity that Jazil needs to be turning it up. But by not doing anything, he's sort of like letting Haziq rest.
See if I seen Haziq putting his hands down.
Yeah, you see what he's trying to do is to draw Jazil to throwing something, that's overreaching a little bit, so that he can respond with a pull counter. But that's the thing about counter punching. Sometimes if the opening doesn't present itself, you gotta just do something else instead. Can't wait forever. The power and the activity is just a little bit too much at this moment. So.
Too overwhelming. I think Haziq just got an explanation of what neutral corner is from
Coach Kai, yeah.
I think that is the end of bout number 7. Alright, well done to 2 young gentlemen there. And we get ready for bout number 8. And we get ready for bout number 8 between Amleto Gela from Rayfield Gym Academy and Dylan Teng from Spartans Novigrad. Alright, we have the red corner Amleto Gela coming into the ring now, having a conversation with referee Kai. Kai checking his gloves, gum shield. What are the things that referee check, Brian, before the start of a fight?
In general, just to make sure the gloves are on tight, the headgear is on tight correctly, that there's no extra hair coming out at the back, and of course, for a bit more conspiracy theory kind of things, to make sure there's no foreign objects in the gloves, that the gloves are also the correct size for the prescribed weight and bulk. For example, over here, they got to be 14 ounce.
When you talk about conspiracy theory, it reminds me of Margarito and Foto in their first fight.
Oh, yeah. Not so much of a knockdown. Now just kind of losing his balance. They're both going at it really tense and really hard already. In general, right, because amateur boxing is a lot shorter than pro boxing, so the activity level is usually much higher. At the same time, it's good to be active and fast and everything. One thing you don't want to do is to be too tense. Then your balance suffers. You can kind of overreach a little bit.
Will you be predictable as well if you become too tense or you become too stiff?
I would say predictable is not the problem. It's more of like just you get tired really quickly for one, and your balance and form kind of suffers. Plus, if you're really stiff, you might pull something.
And then when you talk about pulling something, reminds me again, stretching is one of the things that athletes or boxers, sports people overlook. And stretching is one of the things that reduces injury. It's one thing that many athletes, many boxers must do pre and post their training.
In general, Dylan seems to be controlling the pace of his fight a little bit. He's doing a good job of kind of feinting as he goes in. Yeah, the fight is more happening at his pace. Although Amleto has a pretty good game plan also. He's throwing, ducking. A pretty good system of that. Usually one of the marks of a good boxer is when they can chain their offense and defense in very smoothly, instead of being always only on offense or defense only.
The way they are flexible and adaptable to situations.
When they're in a pocket like this, Amleto has the advantage because he's throwing longer combinations. It seems like his punching mechanics are a little bit better also. But when they are fencing at range, then that's when Dylan has the advantage. So what now both corners and both sides need is to sort of recognize what areas are they having success in, and then to make sure that their fighter stays in those areas and avoids the areas that the other person is having success in. You don't need to be good everywhere, you just need to be good in one place, and then you keep being in that one place. Very nice inside slip right hand counter by Amleto. I'm sorry if I'm not saying that name right. So you see, when you're fencing at range like this, usually the winner will be the one who's faster.
It's the end of round number 1 between Amleto Gela and Dylan Teng. I think it was fast, explosive from both gentlemen there. I think this is something common for lighter guys.
Oh yeah, definitely. In general, the lower the weight, the more active the fights get, and that's why like in boxing, right? The featherweight division has been the gift that keeps on giving for generation after generation. D for tonight asks how many rounds there are in a bout. There are 3 rounds in each of our bouts. At Spartans, at Legends, Sparring Invitational, we follow the amateur boxing format. So we have 3 3-minute rounds with a minute break in between each round.
And I think since we are answering the questions on the number of rounds and how long does per rounds last, can you share a bit more how's the scoring system, Brian?
Yeah, okay. So the scoring system is basically called the 10-point must system. It means, essentially, I think of it this way: each fighter starts with 10 points, and at the end of the round, somebody has to lose a point. So the round ends with like 10-9, or to the winning boxer. So if you score as you score a knockdown, it will be 10-8. If you score 2 knockdowns, it's 10-7. So that's why when you hear a score of like 30-27 at the end of a 3-round fight, it's because one boxer won 3-10 rounds, so 30, and the other got 3-9 rounds, so it's 37. Some good exchanges over here. In general, when they exchange and they break, and they exchange and they break, generally Dylan seems to be getting a slight edge to it. Like when they stay in the pocket and start to exchange, then Amlato is getting the better of it. So like we see in round 1, neither is better than the other. They are just two different styles. Now it's a matter of maximizing the areas where your style wins.
It's something like you discussed about earlier in the fight, utilizing your strength and taking advantage of your opponent's weakness.
That's right. Every style has its pros and cons, whichever style you are. So you want to maximize your pros and minimize your cons. So right now, Dylan's pro seems to be that he's better at range like this. So he wants the fight to be at this pace, at this range. When they're exchanging in the pocket, then Amlato is getting the better of it. So now Dylan seems to be in a good flow.
He's getting driven, he's getting excited.
Yeah.
Excited himself every time he lands.
Yeah, now he's in flow already. Just needs to keep this up all the time. Keep Amlato in an uncomfortable rhythm.
You see, commonly in some fights where a boxer lands a punch on his or her opponent, and they bring up the hand that lands a punch. Is there any specific reason why they do that?
That's a really good question and a good observation, because a lot of people do that. In all these years of studying boxing, I've actually never found an answer. I think it's just something that people do, or they see other people do, and then it's something that they think is cool to do.
That's what I think as well.
Yeah.
I also think that they fear that the judge missed them landing that punch and trying to remind the judge.
Yeah. Just in case you guys didn't see, that was totally counted.
I think it goes back to the old scoring system where you land one punch and you get 1 point. That's a way to remind the judges as well.
Yeah, that's right. It's like in football, right? Every time there is a call, everybody raises their hands and says, mine.
Offside, everyone say offside, but it depends on the officials calling it out.
Very nice shifting combo from Amlato, doing a good job of following Dylan's movement. Amlato is hunting very hard for that, overhand counter to the jab.
But he's still very, very patient, Amlato, though, I think.
Yeah, I think he's sort of getting out positioned by Dylan as they fence on the outside. Dylan sort of just getting in a very smooth flow right now.
I think the question falls upon whether Dylan can continue that pace or push it a bit more in the last round.
Yeah, that's right. And as for Amlato, he had more success when they're exchanging in the pocket. He has to force a bit more of those exchanges. If your opponent tries on moving around a lot, what you want to do is not to follow him, but sort of make him stop moving, get in a position where he can't move around as much. Oftentimes it's not about beating your opponent at their own game, but bringing the fight to a kind of situation where they can't play their own game.
Last round, and here we go.
Now let's see. We now check. You see, we know what both know what both boxers have to do. Now let's see who actually does what they have to do. Ludi Booby asks, how do we know the current point score? That's the thing. We don't. Usually you don't know. We don't practice open scoring, so usually people don't know what the score is until the end of the fight. What you want to do is to make sure to win, which is why sometimes giving away certain moments in the fight. Staying against the ropes and defending but not throwing back. This is really risky because you don't know sometimes for sure if you're winning or losing. You don't want to take chances. You don't want to give away any moments.
Both gentlemen really pushing it in there.
Yeah, Dylan doing a good job of ducking under the counters after he enters. Although just as I said, he got hit by a stiff one over there. I think he's tiring a little bit. He's not moving around as much, but he's sort of relying on his head movement, trying to make Amato miss and then counter.
He's clapping his hands lesser as well.
Yeah. So what Amato could be doing is like, draw out the head movement first. When you're faced with somebody who likes to move their head, right? Like in the earlier fight, just throw 3, 4, 5 punches. You're gonna miss the first few, the next will land. Use the first few as a way to track the opponent's head. To Moody, you're very welcome. Chat, if you guys have any other questions, feel free to just drop them in the chat. We'll answer you, as best as we can. Yeah, more activity as well. I think Dylan is sort of slowing down a lot more. He's not moving around just as much as he was in round 2. Like he was in a really smooth flow, but I guess I took a lot out of him cardio-wise. Because he's like really slowing down hard now.
He just took a seat there on the ropes.
Yeah.
Yes, Magic Guru, this stream will still be available. Post the event on Twitch, and 2 weeks later will be on YouTube.
Notice Dylan's not moving as much, and when he does move, he's not chaining the movement into offense anymore. He's just moving to try and get away. I think he's just trying to ride this round up. Yeah, overall I think, Amato's outworking him quite a lot now.
I think that was a good bout number 8. 2 different styles, 2 young guys, 2 young guns battling it out. Alright, they tank each other. What do you think of this bout, man?
Well, yeah, this is pretty good. A good clash of styles. Usually the most interesting bouts are those with like back and forth. I think going into the third round, each fighter had 1 bout each before Amato sort of outworked him to take the third.
Alright, we'll go for a break. Before we start bout number 9.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, 다들 하지 뻔한 이야기, her brain fried. My lady poppin' Zenny, other lady popping Molly, why she waiting on me? 여긴 나의 area, 여긴 my area. Keep on heading if you want, I drive it like you know. I don't wanna hear you, 지겹잖아 이제 넌 like I'm Bango, cutting my hair. I just keep going though, 소신껏 날 믿고 I fly non-stop, Kelly to New York, 구름 위로 hop on, drive out and riding birds, honeyberry counting gobs. I do what I wanna do, 그게 나의 무늬원. 너넨 꿈꾸지 말만 많지, just do it. Like Nike, just do it. Get to know me and I 내 flow가 작은 눈이 분위기는 chill. Fendi snakes on my barrel, yeah I'm feeling first class. Yo, don't cash flow.
Alright, welcome back to Legends Sparring Invitational 3. Brought to you live from Legends Tampines. Here we are getting ready for bout number 9 between Iman from Legends Fight Sport and Irfan Muhammad representing himself. Both are young. Now, 2 of the youngest fights we have today.
in the junior category. So it's Iman in the red corner and Irfan in the blue corner.
And usually when we have boys at this age fighting it out, we always see high fitness level, high activity level, high volume level. Let's see if they can replicate to the height.
There's a quick change of the gloves. Even at this age already, the minimum at this weight is 14-ounce gloves and above for this Sparring Invitational.
Alright, referee is ready to get it going.
Here we go, round 1 of Fight 9.
Alright, bout number 9 is brought to you by Westlake Tire, ranked number 9 tire brand globally. Visit zcrubber.com and lshgroup.com for more information. Here we go. Both boys, Iman and Irfan, punching it out.
By EZKZTV asked, representing himself, meaning in the sense that they are not attached to a particular boxing gym or club, but are trained independently by a coach who is not currently affiliated with any commercial gym. Both fighters a little tentative at the start, kind of measuring each other's ranges. Again, we see like sort of a distinct height difference, so we can, just like the previous bouts, we can sort of see who makes use of their respective heights more. Pros and cons for each body style, body type.
I think referee is going to ask them to start fighting right now. It's taking a bit too long here.
Yeah, it's still pretty inactive. I think they're gonna get a.
As expected. Most times after the referee says something, the fight begins. Yeah, landing a good straight there.
Yeah, pretty nice from Iman. Mixing up his jabs and his 1-2s. Yeah, very nice as well. A double jab into his cross. Sometimes when they don't know, the distance doesn't feel right for you to land anything, just increase your number of jabs. If 1-1-2 is not enough, make it 1-1-1-2.
Situation calls for different things, right? Accuracy for some fights, volume for some fights, activity for some fights.
Yeah, sometimes different thing works on different people as well. For example, we've seen some examples of boxers, who the 0 to 100 types. They're really explosive and then they take breaks. What you want to do is to attack them during those breaks with more volume. So in those cases, right, don't try and explosivity is their strength. Don't try to out-explosive them. Just outwork them during their rest periods.
Thank you, Flora, for the suggestion. We as a team will look into it definitely.
Yep, Irfan having a little bit of trouble, finding a decent distance for his punches. Iman is doing a pretty good job of, getting his punches in, moving in and out. So you see, in this case, being the taller person doesn't necessarily help. Like when faced with a taller person, you want to stay outside their range, go in, attack them, and then move out again. The range, like we mentioned, there is a range where the taller person can attack where the shorter person can't. As the shorter person, you want to be either inside or outside of that range, but not at that range itself.
If you notice, every time Iman throws his jab, he will place his right glove across his face, just in front of his face.
Well, yeah, that's a pretty good practice, to cover return fire. In fact, sometimes to even dissuade return fire. Sometimes if you already close off an opening, your opponent might be discouraged from throwing at it.
How do you fare round number 1 so far?
I would say Iman is taking it, short of outworking him just by a little bit. He's doing a good job of going either all the way in or all the way out. Against a taller fighter, you don't want to stand at the edge of at the end of their punches. And yeah. So that will be the battle, right? As a taller fighter, you want to keep the fight there. As the shorter fighter, you want to keep the fight either nearer or further than that. And round 2 of bout 9 between Iman in the red corner and Irfan in the blue corner.
Irfan, that timing his jab effectively compared to round number 1. Yeah.
Iman has been boxing in and out pretty effectively for the first round. Let's see whether Irfan finds a solution to that. You notice as the shorter fighter, right, Iman is circling outside of Irfan's range, making him chase. So even though Irfan is a taller fighter, he has to chase. Iman is making him chase him.
I think both young boys are quite disciplined.
Yeah, that's right. Both very defensively responsible, I would say.
Playing their boxing technique,
Yeah.
using what they learn in the gym, what they practice.
Yeah, this is a pretty technical fight actually, I would say. Yeah, very nice from Iman. You notice he's patient when he needs to be, but now when it's time to attack, as Irfan struggles to get out of the corner, then he attacks. Very nice right hand over the top. You notice, right, because of Iman's movement, Irfan as a taller fighter ends up being the one who is reaching this time.
Yes. And Iman is very confident with the range and he's just leaning back slightly and coming back with his own punches.
Yep. When you move backwards, you don't want to move so far backwards that you can't counter. You want to move just out of range and then slide back in with your own counters. Doing a really good job of that. Got hit on the way out, but it was good it was smart of him to recognize that he's on the ropes and it's time to move. Irfan showing a little bit more urgency now, knowing he's a little bit behind. So you see, Iman now has to get up. Quick break from referee Kai to adjust the headgear.
I think Iman used a different tactic to get out of the corner. The neutral corner taking advantage of telling the boxer what to do.
Yeah, they're not supposed to do that actually.
I think they are going in detail about Iman's age right now. Someone's asking his birthday, is it over already?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but it'll be a good birthday present to get a win over here.
Just for those who want to know, he will turn 17 this year.
Very nice work from him, when he's inside range, using his head to sort of frame.
That was a good round 2 there, Brian, I think. Very patient, landing good punches from both
Oh yeah,
of them.
so far
Discipline.
one of the most technical rounds so far, I would say. Very little wild, sloppy, aggressive punching. Like the form is good, they're fencing really well. I would say Iman is getting the slight advantage in each of it, in each phase.
Right. And going back to spend energy, both of them have spent their energy very well and efficiently in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, I don't really see any of them slowing down so much. Like when they're slowing down, it's not because they're tired, they're just sort of trying to figure each other out. Very nice from Iman. 1-2 and then he pivots out.
He's very calm for his age. He's actually very calm.
Oh yeah, definitely. A lot of composure, picking his shots, and his form is not suffering when he gets hit.
Just a backstory about Iman. Iman started boxing with his dad as a notion or an idea of doing something together. And right now, we see Iman have fought couple of fights and still actively participating in boxing.
Yeah, Irfan as a taller fighter ends up being the one reaching and sort of missing a little bit more because Iman in red is going in and out pretty effectively. You see when he's inside to nullify the range, he's also punching with the body pretty effectively. He's pressing his head against the chest to sort of take himself out of danger.
And if you notice, if you look at Irfan, instead of punching, he's trying to push Iman away.
Yeah, that's right. Because he feels that Iman is too close. As a taller fighter, right, it's very uncomfortable when the shorter fighter is within your range, like inside your range. It feels like you have no room to extend your punches fully. Oh, very nice though. jab, uppercut, and then right hand from Irfan. See, that worked for him. That worked for him. He's going to it. Like we said earlier, right? As a taller fighter, the uppercut gets to your opponent's head a lot easier. See, he's found that thing. Now he's going to the well with it.
I see Irfan kind of asking him to push into the fight, be more active.
Irfan's sort of like Irfan's finding that successful weapon now. Now he's loading up on that already. And you see, because the uppercut is working, that's setting up his right hand also. Quite an impressive comeback that he's mounting on actually. A great example of finding something that works and adjusting during the fight. He's been having problems with the range all the time. He's found that uppercut, and that's now setting up his punches, which he was missing previously. Very nice grip to the body also.
What do you think of many challenges that boxers face trying to fight on their back foot or when they are backpedaling?
Usually because I think, maybe I'm generalizing, but I think a lot of people don't practice it enough. Most people can punch and they can move, but punching backwards is a really difficult thing to do. But I mean, everything is difficult when you first start doing it, right? It's more like, it's not the coolest thing to practice, so a lot of people don't spend as much time on it as they maybe should. But it also depends on your style, if it's something that you're naturally bad at, sometimes you may not want to bother so much.
Fair point. That was a good bout, number 9 there, from both young guns, Iman and Irfan.
Yeah, very back and forth, very technical.
Bout number 9 was brought to you by Westlake Tyre. Savvy consumers look for everyday value, and Westlake Tyre delivers with its uncompromising commitment to a perfect balance in their tyres. Performance, value, and quality. Westlake Tyres offer an expansive line that covers passenger, performance, light truck, SUV, and truck applications, all created by one of the largest tyre manufacturers in the world. Visit zc-rubber.com and lshgroup.com for more information. Thank you once again to our sponsors. And we get ready for bout number 10 between Sean Koh from Legends Fight Sport and Chua Tze An from Impact MMA. Both fighters getting ready there outside the ring, putting on their headgears.
The previous fight was actually my favorite fight so far. We're not even halfway through. Today's lineup is looking to be pretty exciting.
It's going to be an exciting day today. And bout number 10 begins.
Sean Koh in the red corner and Chua Tze An in the blue corner. Sean Koh representing Legends Fight Sport and Tze An representing Impact MMA. Both fighters cautious but already very tense and very eager to spring. Yep. Tze An is sort of looking to hand fight a little bit in his lead hand.
Responding with a body shot.
Yeah, I like how Sean is sort of moving his head preemptively when he throws his punches.
This is one of the more explosive fights we have today, Brian.
Oh yeah. Very quick right out of the corner already. Good defense and offense from both. Some really nice exchanges here.
You notice Sean there blocking the punch using his forearm. Is that one of the common technique in boxing?
It's probably less common nowadays, I would say. Usually the common thing to do nowadays is sort of the standard high guard where you put your hands up next to your chin, because it's a basic thing. But a lot of times using the forearm is really helpful also because simply put, your forearm is a lot longer and closer to your opponent. It's easier to use it as sort of like a wall combined with your elbow to sort of like deflect punches from the rear side. Very, very nice from Sean. Notice he slips, he moves his head like right, left, right, and then throws his right hand.
More activity than what the young guns portrayed or displayed to us.
Very impressive from Sean so far. I'm liking how he changed his defense and his offense. Very nice right hand from Zidane, nicely timed. You can sort of tell he was waiting for it. He sort of sat down on his knees and he was waiting to throw that. Sean is sort of pushing Zidane back already. Finding a good solution Sean's finding a good solution to Zidane posting as well. Basically just throwing his right hand on top of the hand every time it comes out. Because when somebody's posting on you, you can kind of guess where their head is. So that's when you aim your over-the-top shot. Yeah, that's right. That's one of the dangers of posting. That, you sort of expose that side, both your body and head on that side. But it has its advantages. There's nothing. Every move has its own strengths and weakness again. So it depends on when you use them and forward. Very nice, tense, intense round.
Sean Iman looks calm and collected, relaxed, very comfortable in the ring. I think both their corners discussing with them what's the action to be done. Alright, we are getting ready. Seconds out.
Alright, round 2 of bout 9. Sean Koh in the red corner and Chua Tzu-an in the blue corner. You haven't sort of seen a distinct style difference from both yet. They kind of seem quite content in offense at really close range. In general, Sean wants to move forward, you can tell. It's a pretty good fight actually. Every time I think one person's getting the advantage, then the other one goes back. Yeah, that was nice. Like I said, that's one of the dangers of posting and staying there. Very good balance from Sean. You look at his feet positioning. He's always in a position to either push back from the clinch and make space for himself. That's why you see when he takes punches like that, because of his good foot positioning and his weight distribution, it doesn't look like that big a deal even when he eats a clean shot.
Yeah, he looks like he has everything in control.
Pretty good from Zidane. He's sort of timing his entry so that in a way that Sean finds harder to predict. Very nice check hook attempt. Yeah. Both sort of missing a direct hand as they throw it because they're both moving their heads proactively when they throw their right hand. Sean needs to be a little bit more active. Overall, he's more comfortable, but sort of Zidane is just outworking him a little bit. But then you see he has a really nice counter over there. You notice as Zidane is backpedaling, then his balance suffers a little bit. So that's why the counter right appears to hurt him a lot more.
That makes sense, right?
Very nice motion. Zidane is crossing his feet a little bit as he circles to his left. Yeah, you see, that was a little bit risky. He tried to take an angle to the right, but he was a bit too close, so he just got hit on his way there. When you want to circle your opponent like this, you have to make sure you're either out of range or you're defending. If not, you'll get hit on the way. See, that's how you do it. When you want to circle to a particular direction, you make sure you're out of range first.
Round number 2. I think the pace has gone up when compared to round 1.
Yeah. It's still a very close fight. They're both landing quite a lot. Sean looks a little bit more in control, but Zan is landing a lot of his own shots also.
Yeah, definitely. I think Sean balance makes him like he's in control, he's composed and everything.
Yeah, that's right. It also means it's less tiring because you don't need to keep burning your calf muscle energy to sort of keep jumping here and there. In general, for cardio sports like boxing, what you want to do is maximum output with with maximum efficiency, meaning that you want to spend less energy to do more things. That's why footwork is important. If 3 steps can get you there, don't take 5 steps.
Makes sense. Go for the fastest, shortest distance. Alright, this is last round between Sean and Sir.
Yeah, one of the most enjoyable fights so far, I would say. Both trying to execute the game plan, both having successes. It's not like very back and forth, but it's like every aspect, every phase of the fight is competitive. I think Sean is edging it a little bit, but it's very close. You see, just like that.
So far, I feel all the fights have been good 3 rounds so far. Some fights are strong, definitely.
Yep.
But it's been good 10 bouts.
You see just now when Zidane jabbed to the body, he sort of pulled back in a straight line, and that's why Sean punished him in a straight line. When you want to jab to the body, you have to make sure you either exit at an angle or you get back up while you are closer. Because if you just imagine you're on a heavy back, right? You jab to the body and then you pull backwards, your head is right there.
So they can't hit what is not there.
Very nice from Sean. Sean's eyes are on the target all the time, looking for his openings. I really like his weight distribution, so he's taking small but effective steps. Notice that's the technical difference between them. Like Zidane's feet is a lot more messy.
But one thing about Sean is he's willing to commit, take some and throw his own punches as well.
Yeah, that's right. Instead of being tentative, right? Like he in his mind is like, okay, if it's time to go in, we'll go in. If it's time to move up, we'll move up. He just needs to feint his way in a little bit more. Although he's having success with his jab when he comes in from afar. He just needs to make sure that he's defending properly, defensively responsible, so he doesn't get punished every time he lands something. And notice he'll land his jab, right? And Zidane will land his jab, and Sean always will punish him with the counter right hand. Very nice from Zidane. 2-3, he pivots, then jabs his way in. Now jab in and out. Very nice work from him. This is a great fight, one of the more high-level fights so far.
Both with good hit movement, using everything they've learned in the gym.
And really good composure from both. Both, not letting setbacks deter them. Both taking every chance that they can get. Yeah, when Sean lunges in with a jab like this, when Zidane lunges in with a jab like this, he has to cover his face or move his head out of the way. Like a slight When you want to exchange jab with somebody, when you're lunging in with your jab, you have to try to slip a little bit preemptively. Like a slip jab, basically. Just jab with your head off center.
Last 10 seconds.
Sean looks much more comfortable, but I actually think Zidane is outworking him this round.
I think this fight deserves a clap. I think we have the crowd here, not actually the crowd, just the team behind the scene clap for the fight. It's a good enjoyment.
Yeah, this is really good. I'm not even sure who won. Like, I'm not scoring it actively, but Sean's body language is better. But I actually think maybe Zidane outworked him in 2 of the 3 rounds. That was a really competitive and really good fight.
Well done to both gentlemen, and we go for a short commercial break. as Legends Serangoon open at 752A Upper Serangoon Road, be ready for a free trial boxing class weekend on the 22nd and 23rd of January. Full day of boxing trial classes. Download the app and register for the trial class. Now we are moving on to bout number 11 between Raihan Ibrahim from Fight G and Web Chance Alexander representing Cadiz Boxing School.
Fight G known for their high volume pressure fighting. Be interesting to see that style matchup against Alexander. Is it his second time at our Legend Sparring Invitational? I think
He fought in the first one and now he's
getting right to it. As you mentioned,
that's like you see the high volume punches coming from Fight G there.
Yeah, his signature high non-stop volume. So you see, when you get trapped in something like this, if you're Alexander, you have to move. When you're stuck in a bad rhythm like this, just move and reset first. If your opponent likes to throw a lot of punches, move to a position where he can't do that. Don't stay there and take it. He needs to move. He needs to move. You don't brawl with a brawler, you don't box with a boxer. Always do the thing that your opponent can't do. There's no answer for that right uppercut.
Same thing. Right uppercut, only long booking angle. Got it?
Very nice from Raihan. Alexander needs to do something about the right uppercut. He cannot stop it. In general, the way you want to stop a rear uppercut like this is sort of use your own rear hand to sort of paw it downwards, parry downwards, or you want to go and step back a little bit, sort of move your head back, because an uppercut is a short range punch. Alex needs to move. He's brawling with somebody who's used to brawling. You cannot do that. You don't brawl with a brawler. He's getting completely overmatched. He's going to get A countered again. You notice, chat, this kind of fight is Raihan's fight. He wants this kind of fight.
And that's the end of about 11. Referee ties stop the fight. At the end of the day,
taking a bit too much punishment from over there.
at the end of the day, boxers' safety is a key priority here at Legends Sparring Invitational.
Yep.
And we go for a short commercial break as the boxers from the next bout are called up. And we get ready for bout number 13. But bout number 12 has been cancelled due to certain reasons. We have in the red corner Haikal Yassin representing IMMA and Sean Wenshuan from the blue corner representing Rebel. And bout number 13 begins.
Again, the Southpaw Orthodox battle. We're seeing quite a bit of those in our Legends Sparring Invitationals. So I think by now, those of you who have been following a little bit more, hopefully, you've learned a little bit about what to look out for during these things. So again, see who does what with the inside and outside angle regarding the lead foot placement. Remember, neither one is wrong. It depends on why do you choose to take each angle. If you take the inside angle with your lead foot, your jab is closer to your opponent's jaw. If you take the outside angle, your hook is easier to land, and your rear shoulder is closer to your opponent's face, so that opens up your rear strip. Answering after getting pushed in the corner a little bit.
Bit responsive from both fighters.
Very nice simple body shot from Sean earlier. And just sort of barrel his head forward and then reach around the guard. Again, he does that. You see, they're both employing like really straight, square high guards, and then both taking advantage of this each other's same weaknesses, which is the square high guard opens up your body. A little sluggish this one, and some of the punches being pushed a lot, not a lot of snap on the straight punches. Although that was a pretty good one. Sean's choosing, try and walk Michael down, like put his guard up and just sort of wait forward.
Sean has been changing his stance from southpaw to orthodox to southpaw. I'm not sure if that's the focus or it's just.
Very nice shoot. But you see after doing he did that that night the low man shift, but after that he leaves himself open because he didn't recover from it.
Yeah, and Haikal followed up with 5-punch combination there.
Sometimes these things are not worth it. You pull off a really cool move, but then you get hit by 3 simple punches after that. In the end, it's not about whether the punch is complicated or not, but whether they land.
Some good reflex there from Haikal. Getting punched on his right elbow and reacting with a right uppercut.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of his same side counters. Sean's going for a lot more volume, as you can tell. So in this case, it's sort of like a puncher versus like a swammer kind of dynamic.
1 minute break there. This 1 minute round is the fastest 1 minute I think most boxers feel compared to that 3 minutes. The longest 2 minutes is in between in the rounds.
Yeah. That's a boxing match, right? The longest 3 minutes of your life followed by the shortest 1 minute of your life.
I think Zebra Yamshir say Haikal dominated that round. What do you think, Brian, of that comment?
I'm not sure. I'm not so sure about that. I would say, he probably landed the more telling punches, but Sean's activity is really good as well. I haven't actively been picking a winner, but it's different. It's different rules. In general, in amateur boxing, right, activity tends to win you more rounds in more judges' eyes. So there are different styles, right? Sean is more of like high volume, less committal punches. Very nice like pull back counter from Michael. Sometimes the weakness of non-committal 50% strength kind of high volume punches that Sean is doing is that individual shots, if you don't follow them up quick enough, become easy to pick off and counter.
What do you think of boxers actively changing their stance in the fight?
I think it's good to have that in your pocket if you can. But like most weapons, you have to use it deliberately. Very nice work from Sean.
Sean landed the right hook, Haikal responded with his own left hook.
Haikals punching harder, but Sean's landing more. In general, I think Sean is more comfortable in the pocket also. Like Haikal sort of needs a bit more space to get more power into his shots. Whereas Sean's perfectly happy to just throw non-committal shots like this. You see, he changes stance while punching to sort of walk. Like the step that he uses to change his stance is the step he uses to turn his hips and his shoulder into the next shot.
You see Haikal pushing Sean away with both hands,
Yeah,
exposing his body there. What do you think of that?
Yeah, Haikal's basically trying to make space for himself because now his punches are being smothered because Sean is too close. Guys, Sean's doing a pretty good job of just punching at whatever range that they happen to be in. He's more flexible in that regard. Seems to be a lot more comfortable. Also, sort of picking off shots on his gloves and just keeping the volume up. He just needs to sort of get his defense a bit more responsible when he's at the optimal punching range for Haikal. Yeah. Right now when they're in a phone booth like this, then Sean's having all the advantages. But you see when they're further away like this, like a straight right range, and that's when Haikal's better punching is sort of finding the advantage. So now it becomes a battle of who gets to be in their range, because each one is clearly better at one particular range.
So each time,
when they're here, Haikal is winning. When they're up close like this, now Sean's winning.
It depends on them to utilize their own strength.
Yeah, that's right. If you are better at this range, keep the fight in that range. Sean's having a really good flow right now. Yeah, Haikal's getting a little bit uncomfortable now when he gets in his face a bit too much. He has no space to punch. That's why he's keeps using his left hand to push off. Very nice
Sean
work.
landed 5 punches there.
Yeah, very nice work from Sean. It's not the most beautiful form, but it's working. He's basically flowing very nicely from one shot to the next shot, from one position to the next position. It's almost like a Nick Diaz, Takanori Gomi kind of throwback. The lighter puncher is winning just from sheer activity and putting the fight in his range. To those of you who haven't seen Nick Diaz, Takanori Gomi, that's an amazing fight on YouTube. Everybody should watch it at least 5 times.
I think Haikal is guessing out there, which showed in that last 30 seconds of that round.
Yeah, he's being forced to fight at a range and at a pace that he is not comfortable with. He would rather be fencing on the outside and then choosing his power shots. And Sean is basically just taking it to him, being in his face. If they're too close, right, Sean, if no matter what range they're at, Sean has some punches. Whereas Haikal would very much prefer to be at a specific range.
This will be an exciting third round. Sean looks like he has an advantage in the fitness category.
Yeah, I think one of the advantages that Sean has also is that he's not putting all his strength in each of his shots, so that's why he's not making himself as tired. Like he's not throwing every shot as hard as he can. He's not selling out on every swing. Just touch, hard one once in a while. So we know that if they're if they're at punching range, then Haikal as the bigger puncher will have the advantage. When they're on the inside, then that's when Sean can sort of cut angles, deflect shots off his shoulders. Working the body very consistently, very beautifully. Very nice hook mechanics. Very nice. You see, again, that's the disadvantage of posting like this. You leave both your head and body open on that side. See, Haikal again trying to make space.
Haikal has been in that position at the end of round 2 and he's still back there.
Yeah, this is basically the continuation of round 2. Basically, yeah. You see, when Sean punches, right, he's not using all his strength. He's just punching. But it's okay.
I think if he's set on the rope, I think referee is going to
stop. You're not allowed to put your hands on the ropes actually. Actually, the referee can stop it if you do this. But he's really feeling that body shot.
And as
yeah,
predicted, that's the end of bout number 13.
Very nice, beautiful ending sequence from Sean. Notice he throws 4 light punches up top and then a hard one to the body. So touch, palm, one touch on the body.
With the referee calling an end to that fight, like what Brian said, good combinations there by Sean. And we go for a commercial break before we begin bout number 14.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, daughter has fun on Yagi, her brain fried. My lady Papa Zenny, other lady popping Molly, why she waiting on me? Yogi my area, keep on heading if you want, I drive it like you know. I don't wanna hear you, like I'm Bango, cutting my hair. I I just keep going though. 소신껏 날 믿고 I fly non-stop. 캘리에 to New York 구름 위로 hop-on. Drive out and riding birds. Honeyberry counting gobs. I do what I wanna do. 그게 나의 무늬원. 너넨 꿈꾸지 말만 많지. Just do it. Like Nike, just do it. Get to know me and I 내 flow가 짧은 눈이 분위기는 chill. Fendi snakes on my barrel. Yeah, I'm feeling first class. Yo, don't cash flow.
That was a video of Legends Tampines that for those who do not know, if you follow Legends Fight Sport on Instagram, we have a promotion now. Look out for the prizes as some of the prizes have been slashed well. Alright, we are waiting for the blue corner to enter the ring. This is bout number 14 between Donovan McIntyre from Cadiz Boxing School and Yi Man Kiat Brandon from Impact MMA. I think DSQ player 87 saw something that we did not see on the screen earlier in the fight. There's an handphone bar battery going down.
HP bar, bro. Health points.
Health points, oh, it's a health points, alright.
DS3 player like Dark Souls, praise the sun, bro.
It's very
Praise the sun.
Alright, referee Kai is speaking to the fighters like what Brian just now explained, checking the gloves, checking the headgear, checking the mouth guard. And I understand that you cannot wear a red mouth guard which reflects like the color of the blood.
That's right, so that you know the referee can tell when there is blood.
And we begin bout number 11, Legend sparring with bout number 14. Sorry everyone, bout number 14 brought to you. Legend Sparring Invitational 3.
Again, we see the Southpaw Orthodox matchup. Let's look for the weapons that we're all looking for already.
Two light guys, fast and quick. That was a good formation.
High pace from the start, maybe. You notice when fighters start out like this, right? Usually the punches are like those premeditated combos. Like you have 3 or 4 combos in your head and you just throw them again and again. Because at the start, right, there is no feeling out process. You are not sure what your opponent will do, but you trust that your combination will win. Very nice. Slip inside and uppercut to the body and left hook over the top.
Every time this happens round 1, I'm excited for round 3. I always wonder if their fitness and their cardio level will always be the same at the end of round 3.
Very nice, consistent uppercut to the body.
Donovan the Southpaw and Brandon the Orthodox wearing the blue top.
Donovan's doing a good job of taking the outside angle and then, slipping inside while bringing his hook on top, bringing his lead hook over the top, over the top. Like he'll slip inside to protect his head. When he follows up with his left, as he slips inside, that's when he brings his right hook over the top. So his defense and offense is combined in one motion. He seems to be controlling the action now. He's dictating when the exchanges happen. Very consistent, very inconsistent rear uppercut to the body.
There was a step back to outside the ring.
Yeah, a bit of a slip on that side.
And that's the end of round number 1. What do you think of that fight there, Brian?
Oh yeah,
That round.
I think Donovan's controlling it, winning it. You know, it's competitive, but he's winning it quite clearly. You know, basically it's a few small weapons he's utilizing again and again. For example, that slip to the inside, which while he brings his left hook over the shoulder, and a very consistent, like, you know, when he either before or after that move that I just mentioned, he always throws that, you know, rear uppercut to the body.
Oh yeah, that has been successful multiple times. Yeah.
Yeah. In a southpaw orthodox matchup, right, that shot is actually very open.
Let's see how Brandon answer to round number 2.
Very nice again. Very nice again, the lead hook from Donovan. Notice he's feinting with his jab. He's hooking off his jab. He basically sort of flicks the jab out there to sort of bring your guard forward and then comes over with a hook. It's a simple move, right? Just like the previous one. But you know, it kind of works because, like I said, in a southpaw orthodox matchup, the lead hook is the path of the lead hook is obscured by your opponent's own shoulder. See again, the uppercut to the body and then the lead hook. Just these two punches again and again. Just mix them up, one first and then the other.
And both are constantly moving their feet in and out.
Yeah, southpaw and orthodox is always a positional.
That's another left uppercut there by Donovan.
Yeah, Brendan needs an answer for that move. I would say the first thing is, you know, to not sacrifice the outside angle, so that, you know, that left hook into the slit isn't always there for Donovan. Like, more than just, you know, where to block or where to parry, right? It's also about, you know, where should you be standing relative to your opponent. Yeah, hard shots landed by both. I think it's sort of kind of back to Brendan up, just as he was, you know, deciding to advance. Yeah. He needs to stop conceding the outside foot. That's why Donovan's left hook is so consistently successful. Sorry, right hook, lead hook. See again, the real uppercut to the body and then the lead hook over the top. Now you see, when he's pressured, right, he's squaring up. He needs to move, Brendan does.
He just moves his feet out of the way every time he touches the hook.
You see, again, the same combination again. Uppercut to the body and lead hook. The reason why that keeps happening is because Brendan is conceding to Donovan the outside angle. Similarly, one thing he can be doing is that because when your opponent takes the outside angle, you have the inside angle. What you can do is, you know, put your weight into your jab, because your lead shoulder will be nearer to his jaw. Your jab is nearer to him than his is to you. So when you are on the inside angle, you want to sell out on your jab.
The expression that Brandon gives make me wonder whether he was even hurt by that punch or he played a very good execution.
Yeah, but those are definitely really hard shots. Like, the referee has to call it.
Yeah, there was a double right hook there by Donovan McIntyre.
Interesting to see. Let's see whether Brendan finds an answer, you know, for that. You know, that thing that Donovan has been doing the whole time. Consistently take the outside angle, consistently throw the rear uppercut to the body and lead hook over the head while he slips to the inside. Simple strategy, but you see, he just keeps doing it. We'll see whether Brendan has an answer. One of the things, like I mentioned, is do not concede the outside angle so often. The other one is to, since you have the inside angle, to jab a lot more.
I don't see the fight slowing down in the last round. Both gentlemen, it seems like they've got their fitness level game up.
Yeah. You know, although Brendan has eaten a lot of body shots, but I think his conditioning is pretty on point. He hasn't slowed down very much. I think this battle is not so much a battle of fitness and more of, like, you know, just position. And again, chat, if you guys have any opinions or questions, feel free to just drop them in. We'll try to address them as the event goes on today.
We'll see what Brandon answers to the body shots.
Now you notice, look at their feet now, right? Now Donovan will take the outside to land his hook and uppercut to the body. So now, you see Brendan is trying to stop him from doing that. You see, when your foot is inside, when your lead foot is inside your opponent's lead foot, that means your jab is nearer to his jaw. Now Brendan trying to take the outside angle to land his own lead hook. That's another thing you could be doing.
Both becoming more technical.
Yeah. Big credit to Brendan, man. Despite losing the first 2 rounds, he's trying to figure out the puzzle. He's not just trying in terms of coming forward and swinging blindly, but he's trying to figure out the puzzle. He's trying to do something to fix the problem in front of him. This shows a lot of maturity, a lot of composure. When people admire people for having heart and stuff like that. When they just keep trying to swing. That's cool. But I think I much more admire people who try to solve a problem in different ways despite losing.
So be more of a strategist.
Yep. Like, it's hard enough to stay in there and keep punching. It's even harder to know that your strategy is not working and to try and change something and trying to figure it out.
Finding a solution to a problem rather than just accepting it.
Yep. Like, since this is not working, we'll try this, Everything is not working, I'm losing. It's okay, I'll try something else. To me, that shows a lot of maturity and composure.
I see referee Kai saying, I should stop calling him referee Kai, I should just call him Coach Kai. Coach Kai is saying, don't turn. What is it about not turning in a fight?
Yeah, that's the thing. You don't want to turn away. It's for your own safety and also so that you don't invite your opponent to break the rules. By turning away, you expose the back of your head, so you might accidentally catch a shot at the back of your head from your opponent. So watch again. Let's see how each tries to solve the problem. Donovan would again try to take the outside angle to land his lead hook, and we'll see whether Brendan concedes that, whether he finds something else.
Yeah. I think we can put a fight into Brendan right now. Brendan problem solver you.
So what Brendan is doing is he's basically, it looks like the answer that he's trying to find is to basically just sort of step back when Donovan does those, because the thing about an uppercut and hook is that they are short range punches, right? So by stepping back and making Donovan swing those, then he can sort of do a pull counter. Now in theory it sounds nice, of course, but it's a solution he's coming up with on the fly, whereas Donovan seems a bit too comfortable now to be stopped by just that. But you see, he's doing a good job now. He's at least not conceding the outside angle too much. He's lost this bout definitely, but I think it's a very strong showing from him to try and problem solve like this, even deep into the third round.
It's sort of the better fights today, Brian. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. The quality of fights is only going up.
We are enjoying our time here at Legend Sparring Invitational 3 as we go for bout number 15 and go for a short break. Don't miss out Legends Fight Sport Boxing Trial, free trial boxing weekend on 22nd and 23rd of January at Legend Serangoon, 752A Upper Serangoon Road. And now, bout number 15 between Muhammad Idri from Legends Fight Sport and Nigel Tan from Elevate Fight Lab.
Elevate Fight Lab, a consistent participant in Legend Sparring Invitational. And always a good showing from his gym. A very nice combo, just as I say that. Lead body shot and then pivoting back to a lead uppercut. Nice feint also. It's usually rare to lead with a rear uppercut, but he feinted into that well. Sort of took a slight angle while he did it.
And you see Adri leaning forward and hugging himself or shelling up. What do you think of that kind of defense, Ryan?
One of the things is that number one, doing that kind of blocks your view, so you kind of don't see curved punches like the body shots coming. Number two, it kind of puts a bit too much weight on your front foot, which makes it hard to move. Because you got to pick your weight up from your front foot before you move again. So it's giving yourself 2 steps to do instead of 1. He looks a little bit gun shy. He punches very tentatively, Adri, and then pulls back.
And I see Nigel punching.
Yeah, Nigel's pawing with his jab a lot just to set up his other shots. Very mature kind of jab. But the danger of that is that a pawing jab is the easiest to counter. So you want to make sure that some of your jabs are fast, snappy ones, and some of them are just light pawing ones. You want to make sure that every time you put your lead hand out, your opponent doesn't know whether it's what kind of jab it is, whether it's going up or down, whether it's hard or soft, whether it's going to become a hook. You don't need 100 weapons. You just need to mix up a few. That was very nice. That was very nice from Nigel. Sort of slip outside of the jab to land the overhand right.
Do you think Nigel is holding back with his
Inside,
punches?
Sorry?
Do you think Nigel is holding back with his punches, or it's something that he's trying to do, is a strategy?
Yeah, he's not trying to punch as hard as he humanly can. Although he just did. But yeah, that's good, right? He's not trying to punch as hard as he can for every shot. Very nice, double lead hooks on the left hand. Very nice, mature shot selection. Yeah, Adri is getting overwhelmed a little bit. He kind of needs to, jab his way in. He's freezing up every time, Nigel sort of just touches him with the jab. Like when your opponent touches you with a jab like this, it's the best time to throw a same side counter. You see, when he gets touched with the jab like this, right, he just needs to throw a right hand. Yes. Also, kind of needs to get out of that corner. Yeah, he needs to get out of this corner. It's not working. Very nice move from Nigel. This is the first time I'm seeing him fight. I'm really impressed.
That's a good fight. I think both of us can agree. That round went to Nigel.
Yeah, this is the first time I'm seeing him fight. It's very impressive. What Adri needs to do is to sort of not get so frozen when Nigel touches him with the jab.
I think it's the first fight for Adri as well.
Yeah. One of the things about your first fight is it's not that it's so important whether you win or lose, especially in a sparring event like this. I think what's more important is that you just sort of get to use what weapons that you've been practicing. So some of them work, some of them don't work. Why does it not work? You can go back. It gives you something to practice on when you get back to the gym on Monday.
Definitely, I think sparring like what we are doing, Legend Sparring Invitational, is an opportunity for them to apply what they have learned and go back to the drawing board and try to improve what they have missed out and everything else.
Yeah, you see when usually we use he's sort of he squares up a little bit. Not just when he use basically when he's under pressure like this, and his sort of feet become really square really quick.
I think this goes back to weight distribution and balance. What do you think of this two things, weight distribution and balance, Ryan?
In general, I would say it's one of the most important things because when you're off balance, you can't do anything. Your punches are not as hard, and you can't take hard punches either.
Good balance for as well.
Yeah, I think EG sort of needs to jab back with Nigel. Like he's sort of just shelling up now. If you're not sure what to do, right, when your opponent jabs, you can jab back. EG is probably very tense also, that's why he seems to be a little slow. You see Nigel is kind of loose and relaxed.
I see Nigel is very calm and very comfortable in the ring.
Yeah, that's the thing about this kind of shut up high guard. Your body is really open. And the other thing about putting too much weight on your front foot is that it becomes hard to jab because you need to pick your weight up off your front foot again before you step it in. You basically give yourself two things to do instead of one. You have to lift your foot up and then put it back down because so much weight is on your front foot. Plus it's just activity, because EG is punching back so little, it's just giving Nigel a lot of freedom to just pick his shots and punch whatever he wants. Sometimes to stop that off, right, you just need to punch back. Just give your opponent something to think about so that he cannot spend the whole time planning his offense.
Edwin is protecting himself more and more there.
It's kind of the body language is really not good.
He's really worried about
you notice when he's ducking, he's looking downwards. He's not looking at what punches are coming.
Yeah, he just wants to protect himself from every angle possible. Like what you mentioned, body language. Body language is one signal that they give their own players.
Yep. He needs to move. He cannot stay in the corner like this. Yeah. Plus, he needs to punch back as well. He's just letting Nigel decide what shots he wants to throw. So and it ends up Nigel just teeing off on him. There's too little opposition. So far, I think this is probably like the least competitive of the fights today.
I think both are actually very friendly and nice too. I think Nigel is nice in this situation where he control back his punches.
Yeah. You can kind of tell in this sense that Nigel's not going all out like that.
Yeah. I think it's a good learning curve for Adri as well. I think that's one of the things about Legend Sparring Invitational, giving everyone an opportunity to just participate and fulfill of what it feels like to be in a boxing or a fight.
Yeah, that's right. That's why we don't declare decisions and everything because what is the point of an official decision if we were to read it out here? It doesn't mean anything. What's more important is getting the experience in, getting to perform, and getting to learn.
Right, we're coming to the final round of bout number 15 between Muhammad Adri and Nigel Tan.
He's crossing his feet as he retreats also. Just not,
walking back rather than moving like proper football.
Yeah, that's right. You see, he's crossing his feet instead of pivoting when he moves backwards. This is why the footwork drills during boxing school can be boring sometimes, but this is what it's for, so that you can escape the situations like this.
I think that those are one of the things that Legends Fight Sport focus on: footwork and balance. Join Legends Fight Sport and start boxing.
That's right. The footwork drills may not be the most fun thing to do, but it will save your life when it comes to situations like this. Adri needs way more of those. He needs to be punching back. Even if none of them land, there needs to be some return fire coming back. If there's nothing coming back, then Nigel can just plan his offense while doing whatever he wants. What a slick move from Nigel, also pulling down the glove and landing his right hand.
Nigel is applying whatever he learned in the gym, whatever he's worked on in the gym, the bag and his partner drills.
Yeah, Adri needs to be punching back. He's too shelled up now. He's not even looking at what's coming at him.
I think at the start of the round, he really decided that his body language he doesn't want to get punched anymore. He's protecting every part of his body.
Yeah, that's right. This is basically target practice for Nigel at this point.
I think Nigel trying to work on his body transfer.
throwing punches and how like that we're discussing about sparring. Well, that's both correct, I would say. Lighter and technical sparring is what helps you to improve. That's true in the sense that you get to practice new things without fear of getting hit. Because if you're constantly in survival mode during sparring, you cannot learn anything, right? Whereas, but hard sparring has its place also because, like we saw in some of the earlier bouts, if you don't get used to sparring hard, sometimes what happens is that during fights when your opponent comes out all guns blazing, you get overwhelmed really quickly because you're not used to the kind of pace and pressure. So I would say they both have their place. Light and technical sparring is for learning skills. Sparring is for developing your hard sparring is for developing your composure when it comes to actually applying those skills.
Well done to Nigel and put up a good heart there from Muhammad Adri. That's the end of bout number 15. Thank you everyone for being with us today. We'll go for a short break and we'll be back at 4:45 p.m. And we'll see you again for bout number 16 at 4:45 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back to Legends Sparring Invitational 3, live from Legends Tampines at 6 Tampines Street 92, Yoha Tampines 01-16. Alright, we are getting started back again at bout number 16 between Chase Lim from Legends Fight Sport and Lim Fu Wen from Fight G. Coach Kai is ready and here we go.
Yep. Chase in the red corner and Fu Wen in the blue. As we see from earlier, the signature high volume punching from the Fight G exponent.
This bout is brought to you by Westlake Tire, ranked number 9 tire brand globally. Visit their website for more information. And sorry Brian, you were saying something earlier?
Quick slip over there. But yeah, again we see the signature high volume punching from the Fight G fighter. And in the Southpaw Orthodox matchup that we've been talking about. In general, already getting a little bit overwhelmed by that. I would say in general, right, the way to counter such a style is to sort of stand your ground a little bit, stand your ground and counter punch.
It's something like what Sean Porter fight Terence Crawford.
Yeah, that's right. So in that fight, Terence Crawford either moved away totally from the blitz or he would interrupt the blitz. Because for a high volume punching like this, right, not every punch is super powerful. So what you want to do is interrupt that combo with a hard punch of your own. Take a few first and then load up your counter. Take a few, load up your counter. This disincentivizes the person from coming in so much. And in general, right, body work, it also disincentivizes a high volume puncher. Because it's tiring to fight like that. What you don't want to do is to sort of like be forced to try and make space, because then you just get chased down. The swammer wants to chase you down. And you don't want to retreat in a straight line like this. Yeah, Chase kind of getting a little bit overwhelmed. But he's trying, you need to pick your spots and then counter. Pick your spots and then counter. What you want to do is don't wait for the barrage of punches to end, because if you don't make it end, it will never end. You force it to end by interrupting the combo with a hard punch of it. Chase turning a little bit away a little bit there. He can't do that. Like you mentioned earlier, right? You don't want to brawl with a brawler, or you don't want to punch. You don't want to basically fight in the spot that your opponent is good at. Doing a pretty good job, controlling the arms and tying him up, interrupting the combo. That's what he needs. Yeah, Chase needs to do a lot more of that. Much more body work. Because this swarming style is really tiring. You want to slow it down by working the body, putting water in the basement. It's a very effective style at this level, but there are weaknesses to it. It's a very tiring style to maintain, and you leave yourself quite open for like a more astute counter puncher.
And that's the end of round 1. Thank you once again to our sponsor, Westlake Tire, for bringing us this bout number 16.
Yep. So chat, since we're back from the break, tell all your friends to sort of start getting back inside. We'll try to interact more with your questions and your opinions in the chat as we come in for the rest of the event. Now, I think Chase did a pretty good job of surviving, the Fight G onslaught. So, what he needs to do more is set his feet a little bit, stand his ground, so he can maintain his stance and his balance, so that his counter punches will be more effective.
Brian, have you heard of Legends All Access membership?
I have not actually. Why don't you tell us more about it, Pai?
Alright, Legends All Access membership. Right now we are at 3 locations. Legends Clarke Quay, 33 Hong Kong Street. Legends Tampines at 6 Tampines Street 92, Yoha Tampines. Legends Rangoon at 7528 Outpost Rangoon. There's a membership that gives you all access to all the gyms. There's the All Access membership. 1 membership, 3 locations.
So Fu Wen from Fight G is slowing down a little bit now. That was a blistering pace to maintain. Yeah, good straight right. So I think Chase is doing a good job of going to the body to try and slow down Fu Wen's onslaught. He needs to just maintain his balance a little bit better. Sometimes when he swings hard like this, he's pulling himself off balance, so he can't follow up his counters.
this answers the question from Holiday earlier about hard sparring and light sparring. I think here we have an example of hard sparring session. Do you agree, Brian?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like we said, there are things to learn from both. You cannot do only one kind. Just like everything else, right? You can't only have one kind of defense. Can't have only one kind of offense. So light sparring increases your skills, but hard sparring increases your composure, your decision-making ability under fire. So we have seen some examples today of some people who don't spar hard enough, so they get overwhelmed by the first early heavy punches. Owen from 5G is still doing a pretty good job, maintaining the high pressure, taking the outside angle. Chase has the right idea of trying to go to the body and trying to wing hard counter punches in order to slow down the swarming onslaught. He just needs to maintain his balance and his stance a little bit better. He keeps getting caught in a weird position. You see, he sacrifices his outside angle, so he ends up like his side is facing the opponent instead of his front. So it becomes harder to punch.
And he seems like he's trying to chase the punches. What do you think of that?
Yeah, that's right. You should look for his spots a little bit more. Plus, because when you swing a punch like this, right, it puts you off balance, so you can't follow up.
And if you miss, you get really exposed right after.
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes you can miss and fall down by yourself because you're that off balance. You see, he finds it harder to follow up now because he sort of fell into his 1-2.
So he's having a bit more success earlier.
Yeah, that's right. I think he sort of, after the early onslaught, he sort of figured out what to do. But this fight is still really competitive.
Owen is also adaptable, trying to change.
Yeah, that's right. Since the initial balls to the wall kind of approach isn't working, he's still maintaining a high, volume kind of style, but in a bit more measured, using less energy kind of approach. Very good body shot from Chase. You see, it's sort of reducing the activity from Owen a little bit.
Last 10 seconds of this round.
Yeah, Chase needs to jab a little bit more. Use less heavy punches all the time. He's making himself tired by swinging fast.
See this round number going for round number 3. Thank you once again to our sponsor Westlake Tire for bringing us bout number 16 between Chase Lin and Lim Chu Wen.
Excited to see how this clash of styles turns out in the next round. I think both rounds are pretty competitive. Both are sort of figuring out, have their specific way of wanting to fight. And we'll see how well they execute it in the final round with whatever guys they have left.
And Brian, we have a question. The question is, what's the most important skill to have in boxing?
I would say the most important one is balance. I know it's a boring answer, but it is the most important. Balance and positioning. If your balance and positioning is good, every nail will kind of fall into place. The punches become easier to land. Your opponent's punches become easier to take. In general, what positioning means in boxing is to be, to put it as crudely as simply as possible. You are in a position to punch and your opponent is not. You always want to be in a place like this and then everything will work.
And does footwork plays a big part in that answer?
Definitely. Footwork is, basically refers to how efficient your steps are. 3 steps to get to your position instead of 5 steps.
We were discussing this earlier about.
Like if you and your opponent have equal cardio, right, then the one with better cardio will be the one who is more efficient.
I think this is a test of cardio in round number 3. The test of their cardiovascular, their fitness level.
Oh yeah, definitely. The 5G style is difficult to do, so Owen has to have really great conditioning in order to maintain this kind of pace.
Oh yes, when you talk about conditioning, there's a piece of aerobic coming into play.
Very consistent body shots from Chase. Very good job. Kai warning him for it being a little bit low.
And we have trolling with punches asking, what do you think TCW would have done against someone with a 5G fighting style?
I would say I don't want to speak for him, but I would say pretty much exactly that. One of the things about TCW is that he's a really smart fighter also, and he's faced a lot of different kinds of opponents, both in the amateur and pro ranks. So typically against somebody like this, I can totally envision TCW sort of using a forearm guard to sort of slow the onslaught and then attacking with uppercuts to the body and that kind of thing.
I think I saw one of his fight, TCW. I cannot remember which bout, which fight. I think it's the 5th fight in the pro circuit where he had someone who just rushed in and threw multiple punches. That guy got knocked out around
Basically, I think that guy shot his whole load at first, hoping to overwhelm Ridwan, and Ridwan sort of took that hit. And once the guy's gas was out, then Ridwan capitalized. Like we mentioned earlier in the box, right? You attack when your opponent is resting. Hoban looks like he's slowing down already. Not in terms of the body language, but in terms of the level of activity. So the body shots from Chase are really taking a toll. One thing admirable about Chase is that he's been very consistent with that body shot. See again.
I think both are very persistent and just keep going. They get punched, they still attack.
Yeah, Hoban is fighting a little bit taller, so his body is a little bit more exposed. I would like to see a little bit better balance on Chase, not winging his punches so much, but he's doing a good job of being consistent in body, and also not getting overwhelmed immediately. Very nice left hook from him, and then uppercut to the body. You see, he picks his shots well, but he kind of loads up a little bit too much on those. He compromises his posture to land some of these.
Cardiovascular is at a low level. Does instinct take over?
Yeah, for sure. So I think that's why training your basics is so important. So that when your instinct takes over, your instinct is well crafted. Your muscle memory is already there, so you can punch without thinking.
All right, that's the end of bout number 16 between Chase Lim and Lim Fu Wen. Good job, gentlemen. That bout was brought to you by Westlake Tire. Savvy consumers look for everyday value, and Westlake Tires delivers with its uncompromising commitment to a perfect balance in their tires. Performance, value, and quality. Westlake Tires offer an expansive line that covers passenger, performance, light truck, SUV, and truck applications, all created by one of the largest tire manufacturers in the world. Visit their website for more information. Thank you once again to our sponsor who brought us bout number 16, Westlake Tires. And here we get ready for bout number 17 between Kelly Heyman from Spartans Balestier and Lee Yi-jun from Rebel. I think this is the first ladies bout or female bout of the day, right, Brian?
Oh yes, definitely. I think if anything has, if we have learned anything from the past Legend Sparring Invitationals, is that the ladies always put on a great show, sometimes better than the guys.
I think that was what we experienced from Legend Sparring Invitational 2 in November.
Oh yeah, definitely. All the ladies fights in that, the ladies fights in that event were totally great. Kelly from Spartans in the red and Lee Yi-jun and Rebel in the blue corner.
They look like they're taking turns throwing the punches. What do you think of this, Brian?
Yeah, that's right. Very often in sparring like this, that tends to be a thing that happens. So you can sort of see one of the things that you can sort of see who wants it more is that who starts interrupting the other person's turn. Because they say boxing is like chess, right? Which it is, but one of the more fun things about it is that you don't need to take turns.
True. It's best to disrupt someone's freedom and attack them. That's when imbalance and getting off balance occurs. I think we have a question from Vicastro. Is defensive responsibility considered a skill?
I would say defensive responsibility is more of an attitude or a discipline, because if skills is like defensive moves, defensive awareness, whereas defensive responsibility is stuff like after you punch, move up, add a defensive move proactively. When you throw your right hand, move your head up the center line. When you jab, slip at the same time, stuff like that. So I would say defensive responsibility is more of like a discipline and an attitude that you have to carry on no matter how tired you are. Both ladies not being super accurate at first, mostly throwing at each other's guards. I would like to see some, those like jab splitting kind of guards. Sometimes, when your opponent has a guard arm like this, right? What you can do is that, punch with your face in a vertical line, so it slips through the guard a bit easier. Yeah, Kelly's reaching a little bit with her left hook, so it's kind of becoming a slap. I would like to see her turn her hook. In general, if you're throwing a hook in a longer range, you want your palm to face down so that your fist is more in line with the opponent's jaw.
I haven't seen either of them throwing more than 2 punches, or they just will go away, that's the third punch.
Yeah. So you see, if both of you are 2 at a time, then your turn, right? Throw 3.
So in this kind of situation, rhythm, speed of punches, does it play a part? And say you throw 4-5 punch combination, the first 2 is slow, the last 3 is quick and hard.
Oh yeah, that's definitely good because you get your opponent used to the slow rhythm first. Or sometimes you can do the opposite, right? You can throw 3 fast ones first, then they think the combo is over, then the slow one comes. Because a broken rhythm is way harder to predict than any speed.
Right, that's the end of round 1.
Pretty good pace. I would like to see a bit more body work and better shot selection from each one. I think Kelly sort of started to take over a little bit towards the end, and simply because she started throwing longer punches. At first they were taking turns like, you throw 2, I throw 2, you throw 2, I throw 2. After Kelly just decided, screw it, I'm going to throw 3, 4, and that kind of swung it.
Where do you think this fight is heading for round number 2, Brian?
We'll see, how. I think Kelly will probably open up with her combinations more because it's kind of working for her. We'll see how Ejin responds to that.
Alright, we are going to begin round number 2 right now.
Right, round 2. Let's see if Kelly opens up on the combinations more and how Ejin chooses to deal with that.
We see that there are multiple boxers or multiple sparring partners starting blows at the start of every round. What do you think of this?
In amateur boxing, you're kind of not supposed to do that anyway. Because once the referee says box, it means all out. As expected, Kelly is opening up more with her combinations already. She's fighting a little bit tall and square, so some of the punches don't have that much pop on them. I like to see her sort of sit down on the punches a little bit. Just FYI for you guys in the chat, when people say sit down on their punches more, they kind of mean put a bit more weight on your knees so that you can sort of use your feet to push, and then that's where the power kind of comes from. Activity from Ejin, but she's standing a little bit square as well. I would like to see both ladies go more to the body actually. They're both kind of open over there. Kelly doing a good job of throwing in combination very consistently.
It is quite similar to what Eddie was doing in one of the fight. He was just protecting his head more than the body.
Quick break from Coach Kai just to readjust the headgear.
Alright, we get back to it again after the adjustment of the headgear for Ejin.
Ejin
Kelly to 4 punch combination there.
Turn into an 8 punch combination.
What do you think when boxers, which is quite common today, we see, they just put their hands up and just lean forward? What do you think of this kind of defense?
Yeah, I think it's a very passive kind of defense that's pretty easy to get around. I think people just sort of go back to it because they have not a lot of ideas on what else to do. But in general, it's not a great position because by doing that, right? First of all, the front of you're open in the front, right? Because if an opponent throws a vertical fist between your guard, they can split your guard. You're open at the sides for the hook, and your body is open. And it's harder for you to retreat because your weight is all on your front foot because you're leap crouching downwards. I would say it's a very passive position, and worst of all, right, it kind of blocks your eyesight, so you can't see a lot of things. Ejin's kind of having a bit of difficulty landing. Like her accuracy is a little bit not great, and she's landing a lot on gloves and stuff. I would like to see her sit down on the shots for the body shots because Kelly is really open over there. But in general, Kelly is starting to walk away with this fight, purely on the basis that she's throwing combinations very consistently.
Getting the better of that exchange. Alright, that's the end of round number 2 for bout number 17. How do you fare today so far, Brian, for the bouts?
Oh yeah, all the bouts have been really, really good actually. I think the level of bouts is continuing to improve a little bit. Like I really like the Chase and Fuwen one. The Donovan and Brandon one is really good as well. Even early, right? The Arbas and Rico one is really good already. So was the Mexican warrior Francisco and Zisen.
Oh, that was a good fight.
Even the juniors fight, right? Iman and Irfan, very, very technical fight.
Oh yes.
And the one after that, Sean Koh and Zidan, I think that was the best fight for me so far.
Alright. We are about 7 seconds away from start of round number 3. And the ladies battling out for the last round. Bout number 17.
Let's see if Ejin has an answer for Kelly's combinations already. She's trying to go to the body, but because her form is not great, so a lot of them end up just slapping the inside of the glove. Ejin would do well to interrupt Kelly's combinations with her own counters because Kelly kind of puts herself a little bit square when she starts throwing 3 or 4 punches. Like see, just like that.
Starting to go to the body there. Ejin a bit more successful at the start of round 2.
Yeah, she's learning a little bit more. She's not, turning into the punches as much as I would like. But okay, those are a little bit more clever thinking kind of shot placement. Like she's at least finding the target a little bit more now.
Getting the feet to do the work.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Stepping back into southpaw and then throwing almost like a straight left.
They landed for the second time.
She's basically doing that, in the middle of Kelly's combinations, just sort of throwing something to interrupt. Much more consistent body work and interrupting combos from Ejin. That was a bit careless of Ejin. She got caught with her hands down standing square. Yeah, she's trying to going to the well with that step back straight left counter. But that's the thing about straight counters like this, you can't keep using it all the time. Counters work best when they're not expected. Oh, nice 3 consistent right hands.
They're still going strong, coming to the end of round number 3.
See, that was being careless from Ejin again. And she's sort of step back, but not out of range yet with her hands down already. She's doing a little bit better with her straight counters like this. It's just that, she's still getting a little bit careless.
And that's the end of bout number 17 between Kelly and Ejin. First ladies bout of the day today. And we go for a short commercial break before we go to bout number 18.
yeah. I'm not gonna lie, 다들 하지 뻔한 이야기, her brain fried. My lady poppin' Zenny, other lady popping Molly, why she waiting on me? 여긴 나의 area, 여긴 my area. Keep on heading if you want, I drive it like you know. I don't wanna hear you, 지겹잖아 이제 넌 like I'm Bango, cutting my hair. I just keep going though, 소신껏 날 믿고 I fly non-stop, California to New York, 구름 위로 hop on. Drive out and riding birds, honeyberry counting gobs. I do what I wanna do, 그게 나의 문의원. 너넨 꿈꾸지 말만 많지, just do it. Like Nike, just do it. Get to know me and I'm 내 flow가 짧은 눈이 분위기는 chill. Fendi snakes on my belt, yeah I'm feeling first class. 여유로운 cash flow.
Welcome back to Legend Sparring Invitational 3, and we go for bout number 18 between JC and Ryan.
JC in the red corner representing Spartans Bukit Timah, and Muhammad Rasul the blue corner, independent, representing himself.
The blue corner will be Ryan from Elevate Fighter. That was the last minute change before the start of the event today. Well, we are getting excited.
See already a fast, quick blitz. Sometimes in messy exchanges like this, if you find that you are the one that's on the, if you find that you're getting the worst of it, it's wise to sometimes just disengage and not fight in this rhythm. Because it means you're uncomfortable, your opponent is comfortable, right? What can we do to change that? Changes are a little bit messy so far. Neither fighter, getting off really good clean shots. JC posing with his elbow a little bit. I think he's getting a little bit too close and without punching.
Ryan working more when they're in the pocket.
Yeah, Ryan seems more comfortable at this range. But the problem is that JC is very eager to punch, so he's accepting this range. But he's the longer, taller fighter. He should be moving around a little bit more. Ryan being very successful in the pocket over here. This is his fight. The problem is that after getting hit a little bit, JC wants to hit back, so he's accepting the fight, even though it's not in his advantage. But he did a pretty nice left hook he landed while pivoting up. Yep, very consistently, Ryan working the body. He's basically throwing a little non-committal punches up top just to get JC to raise his hands and open his body up. JC's balance is suffering in the pocket also. He needs to make space for himself. You see his feet kind of get tangled up every time they're inside together.
And that's end of round 1, bout number 18. Who had a better round, Brian?
I would say Ryan. Simply because he's getting the fight in the area where he has his advantage. I think it's a common theme we're seeing throughout all the fights at Legends Sparring Invitational. You don't need to be good everywhere, just bring the fight to where you are good.
And start off round number 2 between Ryan and JC. JC in the red corner and Ryan in the blue corner.
Now we know that which fighter has an advantage in which area. Now we'll see, which fighter manages to force the fight in their area of expertise. Pretty good from Ryan to force his way inside like this. Very nice. You see, that's one of the dangers of a static high guard like this, right? A vertical punch can split the guard in between.
Do you think he's a little bit square stance?
JC, yeah, very square actually. He's not using his height. He's not using his height to his best advantage. As a taller guy, you want to stand a little bit more sideways and far away so you can maximize your reach. And he's having some success, which is why he's not abandoning this range. But the problem is that Ryan is having a little bit more success in this range. And also very consistently digging to the body. You can see from the body language and the pace that JC is already feeling the effects of that body work from Ryan. See again, very nice from Ryan. Notice he feinted a little bit first before he threw the left to the body. The left to the body is a dangerous shot, so you want to feint and set it up before you do it. Yeah, see, he sort of got his posture broken a little bit, JC did, because he was standing totally sideways. Yeah, I think the body work is really having an effect on you. Plus, he's not getting to fight at his comfortable range. When you're not comfortable, you get tired really quickly. JC is having trouble getting Ryan to respect his punches at this point. Ryan just walking into his range and then unloading on the body.
The good thing about JC is he's still punching, he's still doing something, even on the tight position.
I see Ryan sort of spun him around and then just attacked. Oh, that was, you see that when you retreat in a straight line, right? The first 2 punches miss and the third one lands. I think JC will get an 8 count soon if he doesn't respond or move.
Ryan's starting to pick his punches there.
Yeah, Ryan's not even punching him really hard. He's conserving his gas tank, just keeping up the volume. Very nice overhand right over the lazy jab. See, again, more consistent work from Ryan. Very nice. Yeah, very good clinch work from Ryan as well. Controlling the bicep and then turning around.
And that's the end of round number 2. I think from where we are sitting, I think even on the video you can see JC over the ropes in the red corner, speaking to his coach. Let's see, round number 3. I think round number 3 is a test of JC cardiovascular activity.
Yeah. Plus he's not just tired, but Ryan is making him tired. Ryan's making him work. Ryan's punishing his body. JC is the longer guy, and to be honest, looks like the harder puncher if he's in his right range.
Yeah, he started strong. Round number 1, the first 30 seconds to 1 minute. How important is composure and being calm in the ring?
Oh yeah, one of the most important things I would say, because you need composure to execute a game plan, right? If you revert everything to instinct, right, then you're not actively problem solving at all. You need composure and calmness to sort of recognize that, okay, is whatever's happening now, do I want this to be happening? Am I okay with this range? Am I okay with this pace? If I'm not, what weapons do I have to do something about it?
It goes back to what you discussed about playing to your strength.
Yeah. Sometimes, because a fight is a really stressful and chaotic thing, right? Sometimes you don't even realize what's happening because you lack the composure and the calmness. You don't even realize that you're at the wrong range all the time. That's why your punches feel smothered. Notice based on our punching form, JC needs to be really far, much further away for his punches to have any pop on them. There's Ryan, the earlier fight we saw with Sean and Zidane, where basically whoever's more comfortable in that inside range, right, shows a lot of volume and tires out the big puncher. That's why, you know, power is a lot of times really overrated. Like if you have lots of power, right, what are you going to do in a situation like this? You have no space to punch, somebody's digging into your body all the time.
And having power and speed, the key is to goes back to if you manage to land that punch. There's so much power and you throw and you unable to land 100% perfect punch. That doesn't make much of a difference yet.
Yeah. Ryan's also getting tired actually.
But Ryan seems comfortable fighting on the inside of the pocket.
Plus one important thing, he also seems comfortable fighting even though he's tired. Because he's not throwing 100%. If you throw with good form and not 100%, you don't need to throw 100% when you're tired. So you can still punch, you can still execute your game plan even though you're tired. Very nice from him. He missed the left hook, pivoted out and threw a right instead.
JC answering with score left hook and right hook.
Oh yeah, JC's still trying.
He's digging deep there.
Yeah, Ryan posting a little bit, moving to the clinch again. I'm liking the clinch up from Ryan actually. Most boxers when they clinch, they just kind of hug and just push here. You know, but Ryan is like actively like, you know, pushing his opponent towards the direction that he wants him to go. Like spinning out away from the ropes.
And he knows when to exit and being inside the pocket is too risky for him.
Very nice, slip and then hook to the body. Sometimes you don't need to wait for opponent to punch and slip. You can just slip first.
And get yourself in that position to punch. And we have come to the end of bout number 18. Both fighters thanking each other. What do you think of that fight, Brian? Just
Oh yeah, pretty good. Yeah, good activity from both. I think Ryan had a game plan and stuck to it really well.
Alright, thank you, Brian. Let's go for a short break and we'll come back again with bout number 19. Welcome back and don't miss out on the free trial boxing weekend with Legends Fight Sport and Legends Serangoon, 752A Upper Serangoon Road on 22nd and 23rd of January with a pool of dedicated and excellent trainers in TCW, Leona, Chiaowei and Kai. And here we begin bout number 19 between Muhammad Anaf from Legends Fight Sport in the red corner and Lionel Lee from Elevate Fight Lab in the blue corner.
So again, we see the taller and shorter fighter kind of dynamic. So let's see how each person maximizes their pros and minimizes their cons. Araf looking to explode into the pocket. What he has to be careful of is, not emptying his gas tank too early. Chat, if you guys have any questions or opinions, feel free to voice them out. We'll interact with you guys as they come in. Araf sort of getting caught in a bad position. Yeah, Lionel's hand fighting.
Lionel is very patient here.
Yeah, he's like, is he pawing with his jab? Loading up a little bit too much. But you see, that's pretty good, right? He hand fights, and then digs to the body. That's one way that you can take advantage of your height and reach advantage. Very nice combination, left to the body and then right hand. I would like to see Lionel not load up so much. And as a taller fighter, right, when Arnav starts showing combinations like these, he should just step back.
Step back and exit the position, come back to the center of the ring and counter back again.
See, he loaded up a lot. And that's why he got punished for it. We talked about it before, how as a taller fighter, there is a range, there is a specific distance where you can hit your opponent and he can't hit you. Lionel needs to maintain that a lot more consistently. He's kind of doing it now already, like pawing with this jab. Arnav cannot accept this kind of tactic. He cannot let just Lionel paw at him and then wait to see what Lionel does. While Lionel paws, he has to attack. Very, very good. While Lionel is like posting with his left hand, and then Arnav duck to the body. You see, this is a range that features Arnav. Lionel's doing a good job of trying to lean on him. I think Lionel's starting to feel some fatigue already from the pace he's doing. Kind of needs to jab his way in a little bit. I would like to see him like double jab. That was a nice left hook. And he waited for Arnav to come back from digging the body and then just attack where the head would be. He's getting trapped in the corner already. He shouldn't do this. He cannot make use of his reach here. Lionel started out well, but Arnav overall I think he took it. Like he recognized that at being at the end of Lionel's punches is not a good place to be.
And he's bringing the fight to Lionel as well. Lionel should just make full use of that, or the advantage of having the reach and having the longer arms and taller boxer in the ring.
Yeah, he was having some success, when he was like sort of hand fighting to bring Arnav's guard up so he could attack his body. So it's a pretty good stylistic matchup. It'll be interesting to see how the next 2 rounds go. So chat, if any of your friends are not on the stream yet, pass them the link and then we can all watch this together.
All right. Going to go again. Round number 2, bout number 19. Let's see what turns out.
So you see, Arnav is getting inside Lionel's range again. Lionel's doing a good job with the pawing jabs to sort of establish his distance. Now he needs to protect that distance by mixing in some more stiffer jabs. Because if all your jabs are just light pawing ones, then your opponent is just going to ignore them and go past. Like not every jab needs to be powerful, but some of them should be, to make your opponent know that there's a price to pay for coming in.
The viewers at home can hear Lionel's corner telling him to jab the chest.
Yeah. Sometimes against a shorter opponent, that's what you want to do. Just aim. It's not so much about jabbing at the chest, but aiming at the chest. Because it might land on the jaw when he ducks down. And also it's a good way to just push the opponent backwards. Like you use the stiffness of your jab to act as a barrier. Being a bit too passive right now. Like he's letting Arnav enter his range without punishing him.
That's a good body shot there. Arnav responding.
Yeah, that's the thing. Lionel has to, like I said, maintain the distance where he can punch and Arnav cannot punch him. The problem is that he tries to establish the distance by pawing with his jab, but Arnav just ignores that and breaks that distance.
Basically, as simple as Arnav cannot hit what is not there. The final start moving his feet away. Referee calls for time.
Just to wipe some of the blood off.
So what happens in this kind of situation, right, when referee calls for time? What are the reasons probably?
In general, just sort of wipe the blood away and stuff like that. Do not let it interfere with the breathing, and also because it's not a good look.
And we go again, continuing in round number 2.
Arnav doing a good job of just jabbing his way in, just collapsing the distance. Very consistently going to the body as well. Because when Lionel tries to hand fight like this, the disadvantage is that both your head and body are open. So hand fighting is a very risky proposition, the long guard.
Arnav has the willingness to take the first punch and counter his own 3-4 punches.
That's right. Very good, mixing up head and body attack as well.
And that's the end of round number 2. What do you think so far, Brian?
Oh yeah, pretty good fight. Like I said, the best fights are usually those with a clash of styles, where both fighters are trying to do something different, and then we can see who does their thing more successfully. It's like it's like watching sports with two different play styles. You don't want to it's more of a problem-solving, intelligent kind of fight, but also, of course, as you can see, very violent. I think intelligent violence is the best way to describe the best kind of fights.
I agree with you on that.
V Castro and trolling with the punches, asking, where do you train? Well, you guys may not train anywhere now, but a good place to train would be Legends, now that we have 3 separate locations and an all-access membership that covers all 3 locations. Coupled with the promos that we have going on now, which you can find on our Instagram. And now might be a great time to pick it up. One thing I can say is that training boxing will make your eye for it a lot better.
Totally agree with you, Brian. Just have to download Legends SG app and book your first round. Your first class will be on us. Have a try, have a feel, see if you love it.
I'm doing a good job of getting inside the range again. I don't need to move. Both fighters slowing down quite a bit already. Arnav is very reliant on his, explosive power, which is why a lot of his punches now have a lot less pop to them.
Still going at about the same pace from round 1.
Yeah, the pace is the same, but I think it's some of the pop is off the punches from both fighters getting really tired already. Yeah. So in order to get the same power, right, Arnav is sort of having to load up a little bit more. See, some of the punches are being fired from the waist.
I think Lionel will just step back while Arnav is stepping in and throw his own uppercuts or other punches.
Yeah, that's right. He can post away with his left hand and then throw a right uppercut. Yeah, see, he cannot do that. Just stretch his arms up and accept the position. It's very open like this. See, again.
One of 2 conclusions, there's no power in the punch, or he's accepted that he just had to fight in the pocket.
He's making both sides slow down quite a bit now. Probably saving himself for the last couple of seconds.
Trolling with punches, say Arnav got some grappling skills on the inside. What do you think of boxers having good grappling skill or having some BJJ skill? Would it be advantageous for them?
Yeah, that's a great question actually. I would say not so much BJJ, but more like pure wrestling. Freestyle wrestling kind of thing. It's a thing which is quite lost in boxing nowadays. But in the early days, right, maybe from the 20s to the 50s, boxers would actually hire wrestlers to train with them, just to practice a lot of the clinch work. Controlling the opponent's posture and stuff like that. You know, because when you're in a clinch, right, you don't just want to stand there and wait for the referee to break. You want to find space to punch. You also want to direct your weight and your opponent's weight into a position where, like, for example, you want to spin him away from the ropes. You know, you may want to get out of the corner. You may want to like bully your opponent and make him tired, something like that.
It was one of the comments Conor McGregor gave when he fought Mayweather. He said Mayweather had good head control and clinching when they're inside the pocket.
Oh yeah, that's right. One of the fighters recent memory who has really great inside skills also. It's good to watch. It's actually Andre Ward.
All right, thank you, Brian. And that's the end of bout number 19 between Muhammad Anas and Lionel Lee. We'll go for a short break before we commence bout number 20. Welcome back to bout number 19. We see Coach Kaida getting ready for bout number 20 between Lim Yuping from Rebel and Sofia Valia from Spartans Bukit Timah. And that's the start of round 1.
Yuping in the red corner from Rebel and Sofia from Spartans in the blue corner. Already both exchanging right hands. Now, Chad, what I want to invite you guys to do is maybe try and sort of see what kind of matchup it is, what each person is trying to do. Who is the counter puncher, who is the swammer, who wants to fight inside, who is better at which range. Once you see this, then you can sort of see, okay, now that this is what each fighter's style is, what do they need to do in order to execute that style? For example, we can see that we can see that Yuping is already moving forward very aggressively, throwing in combination.
There's some good spin jab there to break through the guard of
Very nice. Switch in southpaw briefly to slip outside of the jab. Very nice hip body work. Sophia. In general, like we see the same pattern, right? Taller fighters are easier to hit to the body. But that's just in general, of course. There are taller fighters who protect their body well. Sophia's digging into her punches, like, turning into her punches a lot more. Very nice.
A good left hook there.
2 shots to the body and then 1 upstairs. Yuping is kind of trying to overwhelm with volume. Like not throwing the hardest shots, but throwing a lot of them. So you see you have sort of like a puncher versus swammer, pressure fighter kind of dynamic. So neither is better than the other, obviously. So we'll just see who executes it better. Very nice preemptive head movement from Sophia. So you see Yuping is trying to spoil Sophia's rhythm by sort of just attacking her constantly, pushing her jab in her face.
They are both standing at each other's faces and punching each other.
Yeah, very close in the pocket. So Sophia's clearly the harder puncher, but Yuping is like more consistently trying to walk her down and tire her out. I think it's fine that Yiping is throwing like half power punches, but I think the mechanics can be improved a little bit so that even with half power, those punches can stick.
And that's the end of round number 1 between Lim Yiping and Sofia Valia, about 20. We are about 4 or 5 bouts away from the fight of the day between Daniel Tyson and Tei Chia Wei. Do you expect any changes in round number 2 in the way they fight or their style of fighting?
Probably not a change in game plan, but I would say it's more because they both have very distinct styles. One is a puncher and one is a swammer, so we'll just sort of see like who does their thing better. As a general rule of thumb, punchers tend to beat swammers, but that's it's a general rule. In the end, anybody can beat anybody. It's just what style sort of fits together. Because the reason why that is because to swam somebody, you've got to be in the danger zone for quite often, and sometimes a big puncher can punish you for that.
Definitely. Danger zone. Just one punch to change the whole entire landscape of context of the fight.
Yeah, Yiping doing a good job of like just landing a lot of shots. They're not the hardest shot, but she's landing a lot of them, very fast and very consistent. You see, although her jabs are not hard, she's jabbing Sofia out of position. Sofia has the right idea also. Against a high volume fighter like this, you want to attack their body to force them to slow down. Both are landing hard, but I would say in general, Yiping seems to be a bit more in control. She's getting the fight that she wants. Yes, I'm sure Sofia would like a bit more space and a bit more time. But her posture is constantly being broken. I'm not sure all of you guys can hear it in chat, but Sofia is basically, executing the stuff that her corner is yelling out. Unfortunately, I think that it's not deterring Yiping enough. It's deterring her a little bit, but in general, right, the shape of this fight is like how Yiping wants it to be.
Yiping is still pressuring Sofia.
Yeah, Yiping's a little careless on her exits sometimes like this. When she's a bit further away is when she's in danger. She can relax a little bit when she's more inside. Yeah, like this. You see, she punch and then she pulls. This sort of attacks Sofia's posture, her balance. I would say Yiping needs to keep this really up close and personal all the time. It's when they're at this range that Sofia is dangerous. At short ranges like this, Yiping is doing her best work. We've seen quite a few of these kind of dynamics at Legend Sparring Invitational today. So as you can see, when it comes to this style, right, some fighters with this style win, and some fighters with this style lose.
And that's the end of round number 2, about 20.
Yeah, Sofia doing a good job to end it strong. round 3. Again, the same dynamic is playing out. Just see who does it better. In general, both rounds have been really close. I would say, although the shape of the fight is the way Yiping wants it to be, but you know, Sophia is getting her licks in as well. Very good from Yiping, you know, drive her back, jab her out of position with that double jab. Good dig to the body from Sophia. Yeah. When she has space to punch, she's really dangerous. Yiping needs to collapse the distance as much as she can. Just throw those light punches. Throw 10 for every 3 that they throw. Yeah. That's what she needs to do. You see, when Sophia walks away like this is what Yiping does her best work. She needs to punish her now. She needs to aim to the body now. Yes, Sophia must move. Sophia cannot just stay here. Sophia is starting to lose composure a little bit. Yiping needs to attack the body a lot more, but she's doing well to keep the pressure up. Very nice consistent punching from Yiping. She can punch so much because she's not putting everything into each shot. It's tiring to punch hard. Sometimes with good mechanics, good form, your punches will still hurt even though you don't put a lot into them. Yeah, Yiping is already taking over this fight. From, you know, purely stamina and style kind of advantage. Yeah, she's just walking her down now. Yeah, she needs to keep up the pressure. She cannot stand here and fence with her. Yeah. You see, Yiping is tired too. Because her punches don't require as much energy, that's why she can throw so much more. Still a very close fight. Both ladies getting their licks in.
Both ladies digging it deep and fighting throughout to the end of the bell.
Yeah, really good fight. Both giving all they got. The first one is actually blocked. Yeah, so is this. Yeah. They're both getting their shots in. I think Yiping is overall taking it by a little bit, just a hair. A little bit of holding and hitting.
And we have come to the end of bout number 20 between Lim Yiping and Sophia Welia. And let's go for a short commercial break before we go to bout number 21 between Amanda and Emilia Malik.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, daughter had fun on Yagi, her brain fried. My lady Papa Zenny, other lady popping Molly, why she waiting on me? Yogi my area, yogi my area. Keep on heading if you want, I drive it like you know. I don't wanna hear you, 지겹잖아 이제 넌 like I'm Bango, cutting my hair. I just keep going though, 소식껏 날 믿고 I fly non-stop, Kelly to New York, 구름 위로 hop on, drive out and riding birds, honeyberry counting gobs. I do what I wanna do, 그게 나의 무늬원. 너넨 꿈꾸지 말만 많지, just do it. Like Nike, just do it. Get to know me and I 내 flow가 짧은 눈이 분위기는 chill. Fendi snakes on my barrel, yeah I'm feeling first class. Yo, don't cash flow.
Welcome back to Legends Sparring Invitational 3, live from Legends Tampines at 6 Tampines Street 92, Yoha Tampines 0116. We are going to start bout number 21 between Amanda from Spartans Balestier and Emilia Malik from Elevate Fight Lab. We have Coach Kaida checking gloves from the blue corner. And this is bout number 21.
So again, chat, let's see what styles they have, let's see what ranges, what kind of pace each boxer prefers, and then we'll see what they have to do to get what they have to do to get the fight in their preferred, area. Good double jabs from Amanda.
Amanda using her jab well at the start of the fight.
Yep. Now in this sort of jockeying composition kind of exchange, let's see who sort of wins this by like getting in the correct position. You notice whoever's feet are better placed, whoever is in a better balance, whoever has better balance, normally will take the advantage in the first one, in the first phase like this.
Amanda starting to respond to the punches thrown by Amanda there.
Yeah. Sometimes against a jab heavy opponent, what you want to do is just start throwing combinations, get past that jab.
I think it's the third of 4 women bout.
Yeah, all the ladies in bouts so far have been pretty good, especially the last one, action-packed and back and forth all the way. In general, you as hope you chat, hope you guys can see. Amanda is prefers she's a slightly longer fighter, so she prefers the jabbing at 1-2 times range. And Amanda is trying to collapse the distance by throwing in combination. Trying to bull rush her way in and sort of like spoil the nice jabbing exchange that she has been using so far.
What would you tell the boxers when they go to the corners later?
For Amelia, I would say that she's I think her her feet like sort of get tangled up a little bit when she attacks in combination. Maybe she's trying to throw too complicated combinations, I would say. Sometimes if to collapse distance, just throw a 1-1-2 first or like a 1-3-2. Like basically, right, except that the first 2 punches are not going to land, they are just going to be there to get you in. So make sure that you don't overcommit to them and spoil your balance. So that once you are in, you are totally in balance and you can start attacking properly.
So distract and attack.
Yeah, you must recognize that the first 2 punches are just to get you in position. They don't need to land, they don't need to be super hard. She's selling out on that big right hand a lot.
It's the end of round 1 of bout number 21. We noticed Coach Kai going to the corners, asking the boxers how they are feeling, how they are doing. Is this a common practice in amateur bouts?
Not really. Although sometimes if the boxer is showing signs of danger, like they may not be able to continue, then the referee might go over there to warn them like, if you show this much inactivity, right, I will stop it for your safety. So that later they don't complain like, oh, I was okay, why do you stop it?
And we start round 2. Bout number 21.
Yeah, Amelia is loading up a little bit too much for my liking. Yeah, this is Amanda's fight. She's getting defense with her superior jab at this range.
And Amanda is trying to force her way in. She's not setting herself up, getting into the pocket.
Yeah.
She's just rushing her way in.
We saw earlier, right, how Anaf was able to force his way into the taller boxer's range. That's one of the ways that you can do it.
The difference is Lionel stood his ground, whereas Amanda is stepping back.
Yep. That's also Amanda is, instead of just pawing with her jab, she's throwing hard jabs and coming and getting nice right hand over there. Caught Amelia while she was off balance. Yeah, you see, Amelia is kind of loading up a little bit. She'll like sort of lower her hand to like her waist before she throws a punch.
That was a good skip there.
Amanda's quite situationally aware, so she knows when she's sort of like about to get pressed into a corner, so she'll like punch and then move. That's a good job from Amanda to get herself out of the corner. Not the prettiest checkmate, but the idea is there. Punch her way out of the danger zone. That was pretty good of her. You know, Amelia went for like a body jab, and then Amanda just sort of threw like a chopping right down towards the lower head. That was pretty good. The footwork is a little bit messy, but you know she can punch while going backwards. And she's doing that effectively. Get herself out of danger and maintain the range that she needs.
Would you say Amanda is sticking to her fight plan from round 1 or to round 2?
Oh yeah, definitely. She clearly wants to box on the outside, and she's establishing the distance and she's maintaining the distance through tools like the jabs and the pivots out.
That's the end of round number 2 of bout number 21. We are going for our last round. While they take a 1 minute rest, have a conversation with their coach, what strategy or what changes they would make for round number 3.
For Amanda, I would say just keep doing what she's doing. Like everything is going up pretty well for her already. For Amelia, I would say she has to collapse the distance a little bit better. Feint her way inside. Essentially, like I would say, jab her way inside. She's now trying to like throw long combinations inside, but the problem is that she'll lead with like a 2-3-2 uppercut kind of thing, and then she sort of like spoils her own balance by the time she's inside.
All right.
Plus, she's loading up quite a lot also. That makes her shots a lot more obvious and telegraphed.
And we get ready for round number 3 of bout number 21.
Amelia's being outboxed, so she's trying really hard to punch as hard as she can. Usually those kind of punches are never the kind of hands.
Reason being, why don't those punches land? Is it because it's too predictable and can be seen?
Yeah, that's right. Because you load up so much on them. You tense up, you lower your hand, and you make it super obvious that you're going to swing a big one in that direction. Whereas you see, Amanda is perfectly happy to just touch. Like in general, if you have good form, like for example, if your elbow is behind your face when you throw a hook, you don't need to throw it really hard for it to hurt. Even if it doesn't knock anybody out, it will hurt enough. It will keep people away from you.
Yeah, the idea is to just keep the distance and make sure they don't come forward a bit. Do you agree in some fights it's like that, where you punch so just that your opponent won't come forward to push you?
Yeah, definitely. If you want to maintain a distance, you have to punish your opponent from coming in.
Do you think knockout power is important in an eventual fight, right?
Not really, I would say. They happen obviously, but it's usually not that important. A lot of knockouts in boxing happen because of fatigue from the other fighter. In 3 rounds, right, especially at higher levels of amateur boxing, that usually doesn't happen very much. It's more important to overwhelm your volume and make sure you win. One of the things is that one of the curses of knockout power is that you become a bit reliant on it, and in only 3 rounds, that's not really good for you. In general, right, successful boxers are ones who have a consistent round-winning strategy than those with big knockout power.
Would this be the same for professional fighters?
Yeah, I would say in general, you look at some of the greatest fighters of every era. Usually, they are the kinds who can win rounds consistently. Like the big punchers are fun to watch on YouTube, but usually they are not the ones who are at the top. Very loaded up shot, man. I mean, he landed, yeah, but that's not good to be doing. Amanda's tiring a little bit, like she should be pivoting up. Okay, she is very nice, moving backwards straight right.
It's letting our footwork do the work for getting all the way, getting out of the danger zone.
Yeah, that's right. When you're trying to move backwards and punch, right, you don't need to punch really hard, just enough to stop them from chasing you for a split second, and then you're out of there. Very nice combination.
Both of them trading punches there.
I wish Amanda would throw her straight right a little bit straighter. She kind of wings her elbow up when she throws her right hand.
And that's the end of bout number 21, and the ladies hug it out at the neutral corner, thanking each other. And we go for a break before we start bout number 22 between Irfan Hakim and Carl Ross Ong Goa Bing. Do not miss out Legends Free Trial Boxing Weekend on January 22nd and January 23rd at 752A Upper Serangoon Road. Download Legends SG app and book your free trial there. And here we are, bout number 22 between Irfan Hakim from Legends Fight Sports and Carl Ross Ong Goa Bing from Spartans Bukit Timah. This bout is brought to you by Vivi Dental Surgeons, the best Korean dental clinic that provides aesthetic care for you to look like your favorite Korean actor, actresses, and also all your dental needs when you are in a fight game. Visit vividental.sg to get your fix. How is the fight folding out so far, Brian?
Yeah, both are punching really hard. I would say Irfan is spoiling his balance a little bit by throwing as hard as he is. You see, there's parts of his combination where his right foot is sort of in the air and trading backwards. I would say at this point both of them kind of need to chill a little bit. It's more important to punch correctly than it is to punch hard. You notice a lot of these fights follow a very similar pattern. At the starting, everybody is really tense, then will explode into a lot of messy exchanges. Then the fight will start to slow down a little bit as they both get tired and recover, and then they'll sort of start to look for spots where very nice straight right from Irfan. A good head body combination with the girls. But yeah, normally they'll start really fast, they'll slow down a little bit, and then they'll sort of fall into a certain pattern where one person prefers to come forward, one person prefers to fight at long range.
These boys are trading punches.
Very nice, shoulder roll encounter by Irfan. Irfan's constantly looking for that, straight right counter. That was pretty good, quite slick from Carlos. Irfan landing that counter right very consistently. Although Carlos, did a good job of avoiding that last one. Carlos is doing a good job of avoiding the first punch, but by doing that, right, then he doesn't put in a defensive player for the second punch. So he'll slip the first one, then he'll throw his own punches, but he'll get caught by the follow-up.
still be in the pocket and trying to punch his way out for Carlos.
Yeah, that was pretty good defensive reaction. Carlos is doing a slightly better job already of taking his head off the center line more than just now. Because I think he's eaten enough of those straight rights.
Best end of round 1 between two young, hungry fighters. What change or what difference would you like to see in round 2 from Carlos?
From Carlos, I would say he's already starting to make it a little bit, but he keeps getting caught with that straight right counter. I would say what he's doing is when he throws his own punches, he's already preemptively slipping to the other side so that the cross counter doesn't land. I would say one other thing that he can do is that since Irfan is so hungry for it, that he can sort of try to bait it out of Irfan. Like fake something, make him throw that counter and then miss with it, and then you punish him.
What will you say about your friend then, Brian?
I would say to be a little less trigger happy on that counter. Yeah. He's looking to punch really hard, but he's spoiling his balance sometimes. I would say a little bit more patience and focus on the correct mechanics and picking his shots. Like the first one, he was really tense, trying to swing as hard as he can.
Start of round 2.
Now Carlos with a nice right hand counter.
Yeah, that was a good counter there by Carlos. Good walking of the arm there and still working the body there by Carlos.
Irfan doing a better job already of keeping his balance while he punches. Sort of landed like 3 straight rights in a row.
What do you think of vocal punches, Brian? Throwing and giving air out vocally.
I see. In general, it's just a cue, for the boxers to breathe. That's because that's something that a lot of people at lower levels kind of tend to forget. And it's I would say in general, right, it helps because it does help to sway the judges sometimes, especially if your opponent is one of those quiet types. So if you're yelling all the time and your opponent's doing something, it might sound like one of those small things to sway the judges. I would say so far Carlos is probably like the slightly more technical boxer, but Irfan is quite the harder puncher by quite a bit. Yeah, so you see Carlos sort of stepping into that straight right, but then wasn't in a good position, wasn't in his stance after that to follow up. Irfan again, swinging a bit too wildly for that one. Carlos keeps leaning in with his straight right and stepping in later with his right leg. Kind of needs to set up different entries. It's starting to become a little bit predictable. Yeah, Carlos is not really jamming as much as he needs to be. Like he keeps, so because of that, he keeps entering with his right hand only. Good on Irfan to sort of spin out the cage in there. Nice body head work also. Pretty nice of Carlos. Slip and then come over top of the right.
And that's the end of round 2. Thank you again to our sponsor, Vivid Dental Surgeon. This bout is brought to you by Vivid Dental Surgeon, the best Korean dental clinic that provides aesthetic care for you to look like your favorite Korean actor, actresses, and also all your dental needs when you are in the fight game. Visit vividdental.sg to get your fix. We are coming to the end of the fight, of the bout, going to round 3. Brian, what do you expect from them in round 3?
I would say pretty much more of the same because they've sort of established the kind of fight that they want to have for each other already. Now we'll just see who can, especially the cardio part, because I think you can sort of see both of them slowing out a little bit.
Alright, let's see these two young guns. Check it out. Both of them fought in Legends Sparring Invitational too. And now, bout number 22, round 3, last round. And here we go.
Irfan gets caught with like the cross counter quite or rather the overhand right counter quite a bit because he's very heavy on his front foot, so his head doesn't move out of the way when he enters his jab. It's a little bit slow, but that was a good job of going to fade with that. Nice combination also, up and straight.
Some of his punches are forced, you'll find out, swinging punches, keep exposed.
Yeah, like he swings a little bit too hard, and then he sort of has to take 2 or 3 seconds to recover his balance after each one.
The sound effects he does must dead punches that he misses.
Yeah, that's right. I think those are fine as long as you don't exert on them. You don't want to spend extra more energy than you need to. Yeah, Carol's slowing down quite a little bit also. Like I said, at this point, the stamina thing will be the main thing that wins this, because they're both kind of slowing down, so we can see who has a bigger reservoir, a bigger reserve to dig from.
Yeah. And somehow in boxing or in many sports, who wants it more at the end of the day?
Plus one thing for sure, that when you can feel or when you can sense your opponent getting tired, it's like a huge shot of adrenaline. It's very thrilling to know that your opponent is more tired than you.
Yep. I think in sports there was an article or research study done on second win. Having that second burst of energy to complete your fight or to complete the sport that you're participating in.
Nice jab from Irfan. And then the jab sets up the cross. Very good offensive instincts also. Carlos misses and then Irfan follows up with a 3-punch combo. When I see the cross counter from round 1 lands again. Carlos had found a way to deal with it, but now because he's tired, then that's gone.
I think when you are tired, your mind tells you one thing, but your body is not really reacting to it anymore.
Yeah.
Coming to the last 10 seconds, both the boys fighting it out, trading it out.
Really back and forth fight, very entertaining.
And that is the end of bout number 22, brought to you by Vivi Dental Surgeon. Good job to both of the gentlemen. And that was a good fight, one of the good fights we had today, Brian. And let's go for a short break, brought to you by Vivi Dental Surgeon. Thank you once again to our sponsor, Vivid Dental Surgeon. This is bout number 23 between Noah from Legends Fight Sport in the red corner and Melvin Lim from Rebel in the blue corner. All right. We have Coach Kai coming in, referee of the match, bout number 22. Bout number 23, I mean. Alright, we are ready to go. And this is bout number 23.
Melvin Lim in green and Nor in black. So already we can sort of start to see like a star matchup. Melvin looking at the dramatic head movement and aggressive counters. Nor preferring to work behind his jab.
One is patient, one is going for power. What do you think of the fight so far?
Yeah, again, quite interesting clash of styles. I think Melvin is looking to conserve his energy for hard counters. Yeah, there we see. You see, that's one of the dangers of head movement. You can dodge a few punches, but you eat the next one. Melvin wants to fight in close and then load up. Whereas I think Nor would prefer if gives his spot distance. But he's not backing down. Here you see. Again, right, head movement will save you from a few punches. But if it's your only line of defense, you will get caught in the next few.
It will be interesting what happens in round 2 and round 3.
In fact, I think I think in Legends Sparring Invitational 2, we had can't remember his name, but one of our boxers actually was fighting in a similar style and having great success with his head movement and hard counters until he actually weaved into the zig when he should have zagged and got knocked out.
Oh, I remember that.
Nor is showing courage, in fighting this fight. But I wonder if he would not be better served by just fighting at a greater distance, since he clearly prefers to work behind his jab.
He's got to get his feet to do the work for him. I think the question right now is the cardiovascular.
Yeah, because fighting like this is tiring for Melvin especially. Because he's not throwing any light shots at all. I'd like to see a bit more body work from both, especially. Yeah, getting hit by a bit.
I can hear their
breathing. Yeah.
They're breathing from here. What do you think, Brian, of that round 1 of bout number 23?
Yeah. Again, a very interesting clash of styles. So Melvin with the dramatic head movement and the aggressive counters, and Nor trying to work behind his jab. So I would say Nor needs to work more behind his jab. He's not backing down from the close range fight, but that's Melvin's fight.
Let's see how round 2 fare. It goes down to stamina and different classic boxing styles. And here we go, start of bout number 2. I mean round number 2 of bout number 23. strategy right now is to just stay in the pocket and keep it close.
That's another idea he can do also, to sort of try and push Melvin back instead of accepting to be the one being pushed back. Sometimes when people want to walk you down and then you try to escape and create space, that's the kind of fight that they want. So you can sort of turn the tables on them. Usually pressure fighters who are used to pressuring don't like being pressured themselves. Right now this is Melvin's fight. He's getting hit a lot, but he's very comfortable doing this. So it's a matter of, Noor is landing more, but the momentum is shifting towards Melvin.
I think the body language of Noor also gives Melvin that advantage as well.
Yeah, that's right. Melvin's getting hit, but he's following his game plan. He's doing what he wants to do. Noor is scoring more hits, but it feels like he doesn't want this kind of fight.
He doesn't look comfortable.
Yeah, that's right.
There's a bang on the head. Coach Kai controlling the situation there.
Like I said, Melvin lost the first round, but he's getting the kind of fight that he wants. He's starting to take over now. That said, it's getting hit a little bit too much. Doing a good job of punching at close range.
What will you tell Noor in this corner?
At this stage, I would say, to kind of like at range like this, not to let Melvin just tee off like this. If you're fighting from far, that's your fight. So just jab and move. If you're nearby, tie him up. Basically, don't engage at a range that is not comfortable for you. Like when they're very close by or when they're very far away, Noor is doing okay. And this kind of pocket boxing is when Melvin is having his most success. Not great body language. You're not supposed to put your hands. You're not supposed to put your hands on the ropes.
That gives Melvin the advantage immediately.
Yeah, sometimes Melvin himself may be feeling tired. But when you see your opponent put your hands on the ropes, then you can tell yourself, oh, he's more tired than me. Let's go.
Yep, psychologically you have that advantage. Right. Let's see how Noor can come out into round 3 doing better than he did in round 2. And that's the end of bout number 23.
Yep, they call it between round 2 and 3.
We call it between round 2 and 3, the team in the red corner. And that's the end of bout number 23. And as they shake hands and thank each other for the bout, we go for a commercial break before we go to bout number 24. Welcome back to bout number 24 between Kari Jennifer Cook from Legends Fight Sport and Nur Takifah from Spartans Balestier. This bout is brought to you by Vivid Dental Surgeons, the best Korean dental clinic that provides aesthetic care for you to look like your favorite Korean actor or actresses. And also all your dental needs when you are in a fight game. Visit vividdental.sg to get your fix. It's the last of the female bout for the day before we go to the main event between Daniel Tyson and Tay Chia Wei. How do you find the fight so far, Brian?
Oh, it's been a great day of fights, man. Probably just as good or even better than Invitational 2, I would say. I think as we know, we continue doing these events and we start to match up the boxers better. Like that provides for a lot more interesting fights. Like not just all-out brawls, but also like smart and strategic game plans and puzzle solving. Like I said, intelligent violence is how I like to describe the best kind of fights.
How many stoppages did we have today? Three stoppages today?
I have lost count actually. There were quite a few who were stopped towards the end of the third round, but I would say about more than that, about 4 or 5.
4 or 5. Remember the fight G1 that was a stop in the first round.
Nice to see a slow but effective triple jab and carry. What would have been good is to take your head off the center line when jabbing to the body. Good on her to throw the combination as well. Sometimes to recover from a bad punch, just throw 3 more. Stop the opponent from punching back. And then if you're the opponent, don't wait for your opponent to finish punching before you give them back. You see, right now Takifa is sort of just accepting the combination that Kari throws. Yes, that's what she should have been doing. Don't wait for it to be over. Take it. Both ladies pretty eager to punch, but both seem to have only the standard high guard shell to defend. They should be aiming each other's bodies quite a bit more. When your opponent shells up with a high guard like this, right, they're open, to the side, the head, to the body.
Just looking at the screen is the indicator as bout number 22. Just a correction, this is bout number 24.
Both ladies land again. Both ladies are overextending a little bit on their punches. End of round 1. Let's see what changes they make in the next one.
At the end of round 1, anything so specific, Brian?
In general, I would say both, again, need to go to the body a little bit more. They are overextending with their punches a little bit. They kind of need to double jab their way in. Like I said, in general, a jab can do anything, but it works really well as a distance closer. If you feel you're too far away, step in, jab in.
Blue corner choosing to sit, red corner choosing to stand and talk to their corner. Alright, seconds out. Alright, we start off round number 2 of bout number 24. This bout is brought to you by Vivid Dental Surgeon, the best Korean dental clinic that provides aesthetic care for you to look like your favorite Korean actor and actresses. Also all your dental needs when you are in a fight game. Visit vividdental.sg to get your fix.
Yep. Better job from Kari. She is kind of double jabbing her way in. In general, the problems to be solved in boxing in general is quite common sense if you think about it. If you're too far away, get closer.
It's just a game of maths and chess.
Oh yeah, that's right. In general, TCW, Mohammed Ridwan's trainer, Alex Baldwin, actually once told me that in general, boxing training is a lot simpler than people think it is. If something is not logical, don't do it. Like everything you do has to have a good reason for why you do it. If not, then you can just stop doing it. It's okay.
I think in general, in all sports and in all things, most things.
Yeah.
The more someone think about it,
Nice right hook over the top.
the more someone think about a complex issue and the more complex it gets, the more it becomes a problem than finding a solution.
Because I think sometimes people like they prefer to train in things that seem a bit more mysterious or secret to them because it feels like it's an advantage.
Has a special kind of training, right?
Yeah. But in general, if something is really good, you should be able to say why in a simple manner. Yeah, overextending on that punch a little bit. I would like to see her continue to jab away the way she has been carried. Loading up a little bit, but nice stance switch on the left hook to the body. I think that's a little bit, running out of ideas. Like offensively, she's not sure like how else to attack. I think that's kind of waiting for Perry to attack. Yeah, she needs a bit more of that, she doesn't need to, even if she's out of ideas, she can just do the same punches, but just vary the timing a little bit. Yeah, looking very laboured on her right hand also. It's a lot of it is in the arm. Very nice from Kerry. You see when she sets up her right hand with her jab, right, it becomes a lot more accurate.
And that's end of round 2. How do you foresee the round 3 playing out?
Probably more of the same. I think we'll see if Kerry can sort of maintain what she's been doing. She's kind of looked quite a bit laboured towards the end. At the start of round 2, she was double jabbing her way in to set up a right hand. That kind of went away a little bit towards the end of round 2. She's on her way to winning, but she has to have the stamina to maintain that game play. A lot of the punches looking quite laboured also. They're kind of arm punches. The thing about arm punches is that you do them when you're tired, but ironically they make you even more tired. If you punch with your legs, it's not as tiring as punching with your arms.
Yes, definitely.
One helpful tip that one of the Legends coaches actually once told me is that, just in terms of visualization, to visualize the punches coming from your shoulders rather than from your fists. That kind of makes it easier to mentally activate your hips and your legs. Because you see they're both tired, they're kind of both loading up. So the punch is becoming a little bit glacial.
And they're chasing the punch instead of trying to set up the open.
Glancing right hand from Curry. He asked her what ounce are they using. Okay, typically, right, for both male and female, you can only use 14 and 16 ounce gloves.
Is that for a sparring event or competition, right?
Both. For this sparring event, we try to keep it to the normal standards. Like for example, even the ring that we have here at Legends Tampines is like the 8x8 Olympic size ring. both really tired already. And like you mentioned, when you're tired, right, that's where instinct comes in. And what you do when you're operating on instinct is a reflection of what you have been training the most when at the gym.
Looking forward to the fight about number 25 between Vietnam Tyson and P. Chawi, two ex-national boxers. The last 10 seconds.
Nice cross counter.
And that's the end of bout number 24, brought to you by Vivid Dental Surgeons. Alright, we're going to go for a short break before we start bout number 25. We'll start bout number 25 at 6:45 p.m. sharp. Thank you once again to everyone for staying with us all the way to the main bout between Daniel Tyson and Tay Chia Wei. Firstly, we would like to thank all our sponsors, Vivid Dental Surgeon and Westlake Tires for getting on board with us for Legend Sparring Invitational 3. Now we have Tay Chia Wei and Daniel Tyson entering the ring. Tay Chia Wei in the blue corner entering the ring, and Daniel Tyson with orange top in the red corner.
Two decorated former Team Singapore boxers. A worthy main event to cap up an evening, a whole day of like great fights.
And Daniel Tyson is representing Kade's Boxing School, and Tay Chia Wei representing Tay Chia Wei Boxing Fitness, TJW Boxing Fitness. And we'll start the fight in 3, 2, 1.
Again, already let's take a note on who has the height advantage, who has the speed advantage, what kind, what shape of fight each boxer prefers.
This is turning out more like a fight than a sparring. This fight is one of their intention for this fight is for the cancer patients and giving .sg. They have hit their target, but you can go there to the link to give a donation for those fighting cancer.
Chia Wei looks more comfortable in the pocket, Daniel's more mobile. Both fighters not easy to hit. One of the hallmarks of a good boxer is good defense. Like anybody can punch, right? But not everybody can box. I think Chia Wei has a slight speed advantage, so Daniel's kind of like waiting for a good opportunity to counter like that.
I think this
See, he's not waiting. Yeah. See, he's not waiting his turn.
This brings them back to national team training, I think.
Yeah. Daniel looking at counter a little bit more.
The environment in the gym is very tense, looking at these two decorated boxers fighting it out in the ring.
Oh yeah, the highest level fight that we have so far.
If you count, there's 3 extra boxers in the ring.
Very nice feint. Like feint to left uppercut from Chia Wei. Look at the smoothness of those pivots. This is what the high level boxing looks like. Yeah, very nice right hand. You see, Chia Wei paused with the jab a little bit and then just throws a very non-committal but accurate right hand.
I think Coach Kai himself is burning.
Very nice right hand by Chia Wei. So you step back a little bit, just out of range, and then counters, fires back the counter. Not worried about punching hard, but just being accurate, punching properly. Notice Chia Wei is basically just, although he's aware that he's the less mobile fighter, so he's sliding just out of range and trying to punish Daniel for not hitting.
And that's the end of round 1, the main event. And cornering them are 2 ex-national boxers as well. In the blue corner, Lionel Hui, and in the red corner, Solihin.
That makes it 5 ex-national boxers standing in the ring right now, including our own Coach Kai, himself a decorated former Team Singapore boxer.
Shall we waving back to the camera? Just some information. Tay Chia Wei, Coach Chia Wei will be doing Legend Serangoon Tuesday classes at 7 p.m.
Yep. Part of the Legend Serangoon curriculum, developed by the chosen one, Muhammad Rawiyah himself, and executed by Very few, you know, better coaches you could ask for. Very interesting a switch to southpaw. From both fighters.
I think they have some
Yeah, I think
something going on before the fight.
I think they have an agreement.
Southpaw.
They have an agreement to both switch to southpaw. Although, you know, Chow has kind of switched back to him.
That was a good pivot turn
Yeah.
by Chow.
Both these fighters, just look at their feet and the smoothness of how they pivot. Very nice combination from Jiao Wei. Dig to the body and then the right uppercut.
We have Tiffany MMA there. Let's go Tay Chow Wei. If it's Tiffany, who fought last night, congrats to you for the win.
Again, good work from both. A little bit slower in round 2, but a lot more smooth. Yeah, very nice from Jiao Wei. Slip, step in the southpaw and then throw the straight.
Very patient, very calculated from two gentlemen.
Better entries into the pocket for Daniel now. A little bit of feints, jamming his way inside. Problem is, I think Jiao Wei is just a little bit sharper when it comes to the pocket boxing range. Very nice from there. You see, both of them want to be the last one to punch.
This idea of the first to punch and last to end the combination.
Yeah, because sometimes if you're the last one to punch, right, it might give the impression to the judges that you won the exchange. It's kind of also not conceding an exchange. Like, you may have hit me 3 times, but I'm still going to hit you back once.
And that's the end of round number 2, bout 25 between Tay Chow Wei and Daniel Tyson. I think both of them having fun in the ring there, Brian.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it's for a good cause with their Guitar SG cause anyway. And they're former national teammates, right? And anyway, the whole thing about this Legend Sparring Invitational is for boxers to come, showcase their skills, and have some fun in the ring while becoming better every day. Both as a boxer and as a human being in life.
If you can hear Chow Wei there, Chow Wei just say, donate guys, donate. All for a good cause, giving.sg and cancer patients. And we are starting the last round of bout number 25 between Daniel Tyson and Tay Chow Wei.
Yep, very nice, crisp boxing from both so far. Tiffany Teo in the comment section asked me whether we can have a bonus round. You know what, maybe we'll check with Daniel and Jiao Wei after this. Very nice, gazelle left hook from Jiao Wei. Daniel a little bit square. I said Daniel returns the gazelle hook. So Chat, you'll notice that the fatigue is showing for both men, but they're compensating but with superior mechanics and form. That so that that ensures that their speed and power doesn't suffer very much at all.
Someone asked what's the weight class here.
For this, they're just doing it at a simple catch weight. It's just a casual sparring event. They were at different weight classes during their careers anyway.
That is the beauty of Legends Sparring Invitational. We have the opportunity to conduct this kind of sparring event.
Yeah. Basically, just since it's a casual environment, you get to see dream fights within boxers who normally we would never see against each other. It's essentially a super fight between the former Team Singapore members.
Be interesting to see what's going to happen for the next Legends Sparring Invitational. Who's going to grace the main bout?
Good backwards moving jab from Jiao Wei. Notice although both boxers are really tired, their form is not really suffering. The punches are still trips, the footwork is still smooth.
Both gentlemen back to southpaw. I think the viewers are enjoying the fight as much as we are.
Very nice, tight inside left hook by Jiao Wei. Very nice combo, 2-3-2, simple one. Neither man wants to be the last, both men want to be the last one to punish.
The last 10 seconds, you see clearly exchanging punches. All for a good cause here. And that's the end, all the fight. And we see a resounding applause from the team at Legends Tampines. I think all of you enjoyed that at home or wherever you are as much as both Brian and I here did.
Definitely. Great day of fights.
So we go for a short commercial break before we wrap up the event. Thank you once again to everyone for watching the event. That's Legends Sparring Invitational 3, brought to you by Legends Fight Sport from Legends Tampines. Brian, in a few words or in a few sentences, how will you wrap up today's event?
I think we had a really great day of fights. We got to see a lot of style clashes. We got to see a lot of stylistic problem solving, and most importantly, I think we got to see a lot of heart from every boxer who took part. Yeah, especially what a fiery main event to cap it all off.
All right, thank you, Brian. And those who are waiting for the next Legends Sparring Invitational 4, we will hold our next Legends Sparring Invitational 4 on the 12th of March, 2022. Please send, we will put it out on our social media platforms, and We are looking forward for all the participation from all the gyms. Thank you to all the gyms who participated today, and mainly thank you to our sponsors for sponsoring the event today. I am Fairuz, and with me today Brian, together with the team at Legends Fight Sport. Thank you all once again, and have a good weekend.